installment of BSD Plays. My name is Frederick Olsen, and I'm joined by a penguin and my co-host Troels Pleimert. Now,
hello.
Say hello, penguin. Say hello, Troels.
He just did.
Yeah, he did. We may as well say already that this is going to be a slightly different BSD Plays. Not only because we're actually, for once, going to tackle a modern adventure game as opposed to a retro game that makes us feel all tickly or shitty like with Rex Nebular, but we're going to play a modern one entitled Gone Home. Now, what has also happened in the interim, and what you have fortunately missed, is that we have experienced certain problems, not drinking problems. Cheers. I have one drinking problem, and that is that I have limited quantities available. But
cheers, my friend.
But one problem that we have is that the kernel extension for Mac called Soundflower does not work anymore, and this is what we have used so far to stream game audio into Hangouts. And it was working so well that, of course, it had to be the most rickety fucking thing in the existence of man, and we can no longer use it. So once again, we're forced to use mic audio, which was also what we did for the Fate of Atlantis BSD Plays in King's Quest V. But enough blabbering, we'll make it. Gone Home is worth it. And in fact, Troels, why don't you tell everyone why you think Gone Home is worth playing?
Oh, I would be very, very much delighted to say so, because the time when I played Gone Home, hi Kitty, when I played Gone Home for the first time, I had bought it on a Steam sale. I had no idea what I was in for, and I just sat down and played it at 2 a.m. or something. And when I snapped to again at like 5 or 6 a.m., I was completely blown away. I literally, and this is, I'm not even exaggerating, I spent the next 2 or 3 days in a daze. Not too.
Scott Murphy's gonna kill you.
Yeah, he is.
But he is anyways. Fair point. Now he has a reason.
Yeah. Okay. But I was literally the story really had such an impact on me that I was literally just blown away. And I truly think that this is one of the greatest storytelling games or experiences. I wrote a comprehensive blog post, a way too long blog post about how I felt that this game was such a unique and powerful experience that you couldn't even call it a game. And I know that some detractors have gone on record and saying, well, this is not really a game, is it? No, well, fuck you. So I'm very happy that you have agreed to experience this experience with me.
I might as well say right off the bat that I'm probably going to be the devil's advocate. Don't miscomprehend me. I really enjoyed the game as well. I did not find it as fantastic as you clearly did, but maybe I'm slightly hoping to have my perspective widened a bit, because I was disappointed more by the fact that I was not blown away by it than I was disappointed by the game itself. It is a really good storytelling experience. I'll hand that to you.
I will say this in sort of my defense, but not really. It's sort of a detriment to myself, I guess, is that I am a sucker. I mean, I come off of this as this cynical bastard, and I really am. But I'm also a sucker for romantic stories and especially tragic romance stories. So once you've got this interactive experience that has a really tragic romance stories. It's set in the mid-90s when I was a teenager, so there's a switch right there. It all just it all came crashing down on me, and
right.
And the good thing about Gone Home, I'm not gonna because we have to get into the game, obviously. So I'm not gonna spend too much time preambling or pre-rambling or whatever. But when I played this, I literally had no idea what I was in for. I read any reviews. I hadn't looked at any screenshots. I hadn't anything. So when I went into it, I was cold. I didn't know what I was going in for, and that might have contributed to my, because when I went on, Tumblr and social media afterwards, I'm okay, people are giving this game shit for not being very long, or they're giving a shit for not having replayability value, or they're giving a shit for not being a game, a quarter.
Right. But it's fascinating. I think this is a slightly fascinating preamble discussion, because that is how you did in ye olden days, and that is what we would experience way back when. We went into games cold. You bought a game, it was fucking expensive, it came in a big box, and it came on multiple floppy disks and or CD-ROMs, and you would, put that sucker in without maybe fully knowing what to expect. And of course, you can't have that today with, today everyone's a reviewer. To basically go blind into something, you have to stay away from the net, you have to stay away from social media. So in that respect, I think that experience of going cold into something may have, been extremely beneficial to you, and I kind of envy not being able to do that, because I read bits and pieces about it before I bought it, and in fact I bought it on your recommendation. So at that point I already knew something. I knew that you liked it, so surely it must be worthwhile, which it was. But yeah, Gone Home is probably a game that unfortunately would work better in the world we had back in 1995, which is where it takes place. But enough rambling. Let's boot up the sucker and have at it.
Let's fucking give this a whirl. And I did not bring any Kleenex this time around, although that was part of my idea for starting this. Because
you'll just have to use your hand.
I will, wipe my nose on my sleeve like I usually do when we have a cold and we record these fucking.
Every man does that. There is no shame in it. Let's get that right. My coats and jackets have this line of snot, just dried up snot, just going all the way down.
No, enough. Let's just get the game rolling. Okay.
I have allergies.
The sound you are hearing is, of course,
my vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, a vacuum cleaner. Sorry, I just have to screen share this fucking.
The sound you were hearing was, of course, a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, and here we go.
There it is.
And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna full screen this motherfucker, because we need that.
Did you remember to lock the screen on yourself so it won't cut back to me all the time? Because you may want that.
I did not remember to do that.
People are going to want to look at the game. There we go.
There we go. And we're just going to go into graphics. We're going to go full screen, because then I can fully immerse myself in.
And you don't have to look at me, which is a plus.
And this is so fucked up, by the way, because I borrowed my wife's MacBook because I thought we were gonna have a whale of a time with full game audio, because the voice acting in this game is phenomenal. It is brilliant. So I really wanted to present that to the people at home, so to speak. That is not going to happen. I have, however, enabled subtitles so you can follow the game as I walk through it. But please excuse the audio quality, because it is running through the MacBook that I'm sitting on. It's actually recording through the MacBook's speakers. So it is going to be unequivocally shit. I'm very sorry about that.
Yeah, but if in any way you're enjoying what you're seeing, we can only recommend that you buy the game. I'm not gonna lie. This is not a very nice thing to say, but the price tag that this game has ordinarily is a bit hefty, in my opinion. It's often on sale on GOG and Steam, however. So look out for it. It's well worth money. Maybe not the kind of money that Fullbright are asking for it ordinarily, but whenever it's on sale, it's certainly worth it.
I would definitely agree with that. The only detriment to this game that I can think of is actually its price tag.
Well, on the other hand, Steve Gaynor is clearly a very nice man. The guy who made this. Guy has to live, so I kind of understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, but still.
Hi, Mom. So I got my ticket home from Europe. I get back on June 6th, but it's a really late flight because that was the cheapest, so it gets in at midnight. But don't worry, I'll get a shuttle from the airport, so you don't have to pick me up. Like, really, seriously, you don't have to.
No, really.
Okay, so love you. See you soon. Bye.
See ya. Bye. Beep. There you go.
Fucking Ryanair.
Yeah, fucking Ryanair. Pieces of shit. Did you know that they, pilots at Ryanair, they have to, take flights with not the amount of fuel that they need? That is such bullshit.
I've heard stories. So yeah.
Also, another thing that you will have to excuse is the fact that the mouse cursor, the Apple mouse cursor might be on screen as I play this.
It is on screen. It's smack in the middle. But this happens on Mac. So Tim Cook, if you're watching this, which I'm sure you are, fix this.
I'm very sorry. There is nothing we can do about this. We did try. So that's about it. All right, here's the patio. Here's my stuff. Here's the door to the door. Door? Door.
Right.
Hello,
door.
Meet door.
Door Quest, the game.
Now, why? Okay. This, I mean, we live in Denmark. We don't have screen doors. We don't have, because that all.
Well, there was actually something akin to this back in the house my parents now live in, where I also grew up. We actually moved in 1995, coincidentally, and we had this outside patio thing, which was like basically a plastic outhouse. But it was so fucking ugly that my parents almost instantaneously tore it down. I thought it was cool because I came from a city house, which was really fucking narrow, and we barely had a garden. Is this irrelevant? Yes, it is.
Yes, it kind of is. But I'm
deeply irrelevant.
I'm quite intrigued by this whole antechamber kind of thing that they've got going here, because this is, I came in through this door. And here's the outside, and that's the front door.
Antechamber is kind of fitting because you're standing on the threshold of a world where you're about to learn something you didn't know back when you started.
Okay, so let's just get the basics out of the way. Hello, my name is Caitlin Greenbrier. I'm from Portland, and I came back on June 6th, 1995.
On flight number 217.
That's not the
70. Sorry.
So anyway, we walk up to the door, and there's a note here that says, "Katie, I'm sorry, I can't be there to see you, but it is impossible. Please don't go digging around trying to find out where I am, because we're totally going to. I don't want Mom and Dad / anyone to know. We'll see each other again someday. Don't be worried. I love you, Sam." Now, who is Sam, you might ask?
It's probably not the Hobbit from Lord of the Rings.
It probably is not. We will.
I love you, Mr. Frodo. Mom and Dad doesn't. I don't want Mom and Dad to know.
Now, here's one of the weird mechanics of this game. You can pick up anything. Shut up! I'm trying to talk. That was a thunderstorm, by the way.
Yeah, that wasn't me.
Yeah, it wasn't Fred farting. This is one of the weird mechanics of the game. You can pick up anything in the game world, and you can give it a good old chuck like that, and then it just rolls on the ground. So you pick up Christmas duck, and it's just chuck them. There's a point to that, however, which is that you can pick up this house key. And, oddly enough, that unlocks the door. Now, I will have to say that when playing this game, Jesus, the fucking light is turning on and off. When playing this game for the first time, I was scared out of my pants because all the rooms that you walk into, want to close the door here because rain inside. All the rooms you walk into, of course, have the lights turned off because you're coming home from a vacation, not even a vacation, like a year-long trip abroad, and you're coming home expecting to meet your parents and your sister. Hey, let's have a look at the family portrait here. You're coming home.
I'm sorry if you hear me chewing. I'm eating almonds here.
Yeah, you have fun with that. You're coming home expecting to meet mom and dad and little sister here, and you're this kid in the middle.
Isn't that the mom? The woman in the back looks younger.
I would assume that that's the mom and that's the...
Well, and in both cases, the guy to the right is a very lucky man.
Okay. Wait a minute. Sam, Katie, Mom, shut the fuck up! Seriously, you're gonna shut the fuck up. Okay, Sam, Mom, Sam, Katie, Mom, Dad. Am I wrong in thinking Sam, Katie?
Well, I think we can narrow down Dad.
All right, one of these girls in the middle is the mom, and the other one. That is totally Katie. That is us. The one I'm jiggling around here. That is us.
Yeah, Katie, not Kitty.
Kate, I said Katie. Fuck you. So another thing you'll notice is that the game is very, very dark, and we did increase the lighting a lot. And of course, Hangouts, Google Hangouts, which is what we're using to record this Let's Play, is not built for recording Let's Plays, at least not of 3D adventure games. So you may experience stuttering of the video, possibly the audio as well. We really apologize for that. We're doing our best, guys. Shut up.
Yeah, and we have a Patreon at patreon.com/backseatdesigners.
Really want to bring that up right now.
Yeah.
All right. So what we opened the drawer here to find is our itinerary, which is what our mom kept. This is all the places that we went, and
she didn't go to Denmark. Why?
She completely skipped Denmark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess she's not Bernie Sanders, so that's why.
All right. What the hell did I just pick up? Oh, okay.
You picked up a marker.
See, this is what happens.
This is kind of interesting because that's something I noticed, which is that I think Amnesia predates this, but Amnesia had the same mechanic of being able to pick up most everything and throw it around. I think in Amnesia it serves the purpose that you throw it at monsters. Here you merely throw it, leaving a mess for your parents to clean up.
Oh, you want to throw a fucking Sharpie at a monster? It's just, hey, go away! Here.
Well, Amnesia takes place in a 19th century castle, so there is no overabundance of Sharpies.
Okay, so here we have a note left from Mom. And then our little sister has written a response. Again, I don't know if you can hear that, but that is really fucking creepy. Anyway,
is there a setting in the in the game settings for turning off thunder?
No, there is not. And thank God there isn't, because that is really atmospheric. Anyway, our mom writes, Daniel from the old neighborhood called. He wants to come see the new house. Call him back. And then our little sister writes, Mom, Daniel is a total weirdo. The only reason I ever hung out with him in the first place is that he had a Nintendo when we were little. That is going to come into play later. But first of all, what do you say we check some messages?
Let's do that.
Sam.
Of course, these are not subtitles.
Sam. Where are you? Really? I need to talk to you. Please be there.
Hi, Mom. So I got my ticket home from Europe. I get back on June 6th, but it's a really late flight because that was the cheapest, so it gets in at midnight. But don't worry, I'll get a shuttle from the airport.
So the last message that I just walked away from was, of course, ourselves leaving that message. The other two messages, again, we should probably point this out at this point. We are going to spoil the shit out of this game.
Well, we are, but let's not, spoil it until it becomes, until we reach the points where you know what those messages meant.
No, actually, I feel like spoiling the shit out of this game because there are so many Let's Plays of this game online already. And
okay. Well, I see that point, so by all means do.
Yeah, because we're not going to get surprised by any of the revelations that are coming up. So
because we actually both played it, so.
Yeah, exactly. So please, those of you who are watching this right now, please
grab tissue box.
Grab this tissue box and then
and then check it in the ground because we're about to spoil the game for your ass.
We are going to spoil the shit out of this game. So please stop watching this now. Go and pick it up. I believe it's on Steam sale right now as of today, which is Friday the 13th of November.
Close the stream. Now those of you left.
Yeah.
This game is, I can say, the most sobering account of a lesbian relationship that any male has ever seen. And that may be because I choose to look for that sort of thing in the wrong places. But
you actively look for lesbian relationships? That's a bit weird.
No, it's not. I believe most males find it to be a turn-on. Well, anyway, enough about that.
Actually, what Fred is saying facetiously is actually a good point because I know I'm just fapping about the 4-year. I'm going to get to the game in a minute. But what Fred is saying facetiously is actually quite true.
There is a point to my madness, yeah, because this is the game that eschews stereotypes in that the relationship in which the answering machine messages that we played earlier play a vital point is a lesbian relationship, and it's not lesbian relationship is lesbian relationships are not something you often encounter unless it's for fapping too.
Exactly.
Fiction. And this game actually takes a homosexual relationship, and I'm not even sure Sam is homosexual, to be honest. There are no indications in the game that she feels turned off by the opposite sex. Well, there is indications that she doesn't like Daniel, but I don't remember the other thing. Well, Daniel is a total weirdo. I mean, when was the last time anyone...
No, but he's still a very nice guy, and he has a Nintendo, but fuck him.
Well, I mean, the Nintendo isn't everything. It's not about the Nintendo. It's how you use it. No, what I mean to get to in between the teasing and in between the drawn-out for me, it was very nice to see a piece of fiction that dug into a homosexual relationship and didn't push it in your face, and didn't use it for any kind of sexual gratification, which is what ordinarily happens. It's it becomes this sensationalist thing ordinarily. In this case, it's just a love story being told secondhand, nothing more, nothing less.
And a lot of criticism I've read later has been leveled at this, saying that if this was a heterosexual love story being told, then it would not have been as successful because game players love lesbians apparently.
Well, that's total bullshit. I mean,
yeah,
maybe in the world of computer games, circa 2015. But here's the point: we've had centuries in which fiction has delved into heterosexual relationships. I mean, just a couple of words, Gone with the Wind. There, I proved your point wrong. Now, there's a classic heterosexual love story which is still being revered to this very day. It's not in the form of a game, but there are heterosexual love stories galore out there. We're kind of, I think, reaching a turning point in which it is becoming accepted to tell stories about homosexual relationships. And why not do that in this new medium?
Exactly.
Why not do that?
Because anyone who has played this game and says that the whole homosexual angle is just for gratification, is just to make this a bit more edgy, a bit more SJW kind of thing. The only thing, and I literally mean the only thing I have to say to you people is fuck off. Get out of my sight. I don't need to hear that. I don't need to hear your petty, recriminating bullshit.
Can we move into some other rooms while we're...
What about we just get the fucking story unfolded? Because I've been fapping
about that. Open folder.
Yeah. Shit, I think I just made a slight mistake. I may have bounded the control to something I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. Please.
Why did you even do that?
Because I wanted to crouch.
Oh.
Because I wanted to do that.
Oh.
You are exercises.
Yeah, squat. All
right, here we go.
You're skiing.
Boys. Apparently the Greenbriers have moved. We have gone from 188.8 Dry Creek Road to 1 Arbor Hill, and that is going to play in a big way. We have moved boxes of kitchen, boxes of master bed, boxes of television, and continued and shit and all sorts of nonsense. And when I click this, the first audio file of Sam's diary will play.
Dear Katie, so much has changed, even just since you've been away. We moved into this house. I'm at a new school. And my big sister being gone for a year doesn't make it any easier. It doesn't feel real. But I'm not going to let it faze me. I used to tell you everything, and if I can't do it in person, because you're off gallivanting around who knows where, I'll tell it to this journal, just like I was talking to you.
Thanks, S.
Yeah. Hello.
I cannot turn this on. Oh, there's a light switch.
Well,
there you go. When
I incidentally, I think it's absolutely disgusting, the fat shaming that took place in the preceding scenes. Did you not see that some of the boxes were labeled as overweight?
Oh, will you give it a... Okay, never mind. Looking in this drawer, and we will come back to all of this, don't you worry, because I'm going to do an exhaustive playthrough, even if Brett fucking quits on me. Hi, Oscar Doc Mason.
Hi, I am Oscar Doc Mason.
But
I died peacefully last month in my home.
He was born September 8th, 1933, and he owned a pharmacy, and he's dead. But, well, spoiler.
His legacy lives on.
Yeah, his legacy certainly lives on because he used to own the house that we are now running around in.
And he is maybe a ghost. You said we were spoiling it.
Well, yes, he may be. Also, who is this lovely young lady in a military uniform? Of course, this is the girlfriend of... Sammy here. No, wait.
Hello.
Hello, Sammy.
Yeah.
And I love, you know, when I was like bawling my eyes out, I used to go like this. Stop judging me.
I'm not judging you. In fact, I cry at a couple of things. I cry at Journey, and I cry when I get slightly misty-eyed when listening to The Wall.
That's a good one. Yeah, The Wall is a good one. Also, the
you know, the bit at the very end with, you know, the and Roger Waters screaming into a megaphone and the Hammers marching at the end of Waiting for the Worms. That bit gets me every damn time.
Yeah, but that's a different kind of feels than we're going for here. But I sympathize a lot, and the screen is not moving because I'm having beer. Okay, so let's move into the closet and trigger the second audio, diary entry. Let's just call them diary entries instead. All right. Welcome, new students. We hope you are as excited about your first day at Goodfellow High School as we are. Spoiler, we are not. What you need to bring is a sturdy folder, a lined notebook, at least 6 pens, a box of colored pencils, a standard combination lock, a nutritious lunch, because, fuck you, and a positive attitude, because...
And a partridge in a pear tree.
So, anyway, let's listen.
Oh my God. You are so lucky you finished high school before we moved into this house.
I know.
So, it's the first day of school, and there I am, introducing myself to the class, and I say that I just moved into the house on Arbor Hill. All of a sudden, every kid in the room turns and just stares like I suddenly transformed into a mutant.
I've tried that.
I just stood there, pushing pretty hard for a rewind button.
Except I look like a mutant.
Now maybe nobody knows my name, but they all know who I am. The Psycho House girl. Great.
I sympathize. I look like Cillian Murphy.
Well, I look like one of the fucking monsters from one of George A. Romero's movies. So, but anyway, yeah, I totally sympathize, and that might be another reason why excuse me, I'm trying to talk. Why I sympathize with this game so much is because it kind of resonates, back when I was a kid in grade school and such, and I got picked on.
Yeah, I can relate to that because I got bullied, and in some cases I bullied back. So that particular element of it resonates with me too. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of being bullied, here's the crumpled up note that you can pick up. Where Sam went to the new high school, and she goes, hi. No, sorry. Someone else sent her this note and goes, hi, are you the new girl? I'm Tommy. I'm at the back behind you, blah, blah, blah. Please write back. And she goes, hi, Tommy. I'm Samantha. And yeah, I'm new. What's up? And she just, and the dude goes, I just thought since you're new here, you could use a friend, blah, 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 blah. No, I don't mind. What do you want to ask? Was it just your uncle who went psycho, or does it run in the
I'm gonna pretend, since he's called Tommy, that he actually goes, was it just your uncle who went psycho, or does it run in your family? Haha, what a story, Mark.
Either way, he can go. Tommy can go fuck himself.
He can in both cases.
Exactly. All right, let's check out the rest of the house. Well, the fucking lights. Yeah, I do know, for those of you watching the stream, I do know that I have the brightness turned way up. I'm playing this.
This is not. This game was sort of. I went along with it because Troels really wanted to play it, and because I think it's a very interesting game to talk about. It's not a very good vehicle for a Let's Play. Let's be honest with that. It is a game you have to experience on your own. So please, if you're watching this and you haven't played Gone Home, if you haven't at this point, please do consider turning off the stream and go actually play it. And then return to this when you have, because it'll be a better experience for you.
Exactly. Let's just get this out of the way once and for all. We are playing this as people who have already played the game and people who are watching.
We're doing it for people who have already played it.
People who played this should also have played the game. That is how we're playing this.
Yeah, those of you who haven't played it, play it. You probably won't regret it.
Hopefully not. Anyway, here's the.
What if JFK wasn't JFK?
Exactly. This is Dad's office, and
Dad is a writer, and Dad writes some
shitty novels.
Let's say shit. Dad writes novels that Ed Wood would have loved to filmatize.
Dad is a struggling writer. Let's just put it that way, and he
is obviously struggling because his writing is shit.
And he's also got some problems, as evidenced by... Here you go.
Why do you insinuate that drinking too much is a problem?
I am tempted to turn off screen share and just show me drinking a beer because
I'm drinking a bottle of whiskey right now. A bottle of excellent Japanese whiskey, incidentally.
Why Japanese? I really want to know this.
That's one of the mysteries of life. It turns out that the Japanese are really, really good at making whiskeys. Ordinarily, you would think Scotland and Ireland. I'm not really a fan of Irish whiskeys, but what happened was, I guess, that the Japanese developed a taste for whiskey, and someone there thought, let's have at it. Let's try and distill it. Ooh, can I see that again?
Yes, actually, I really want to explain this, but yeah, you go ahead and drink.
Can I see the paper again?
Yes, but let me just explain.
Yeah, go ahead.
The corkboard here, the room that we're looking at is Dad's office, and
you've already said that.
The post-it notes here, "You can do better," is a phrase that will come back to haunt him later. And all the other post-it notes are him trying to think of a plot line for his next novel, which
is a JFK alternate history sci-fi novel type thing.
Exactly, and they're by all accounts absolute shit.
Yeah,
and
that Pioneer CLDD, that is a real player.
It is.
I actually have a Pioneer CLD 2950. Player in my home.
We're really gonna get into this?
No, it's just, it's authentic. It's authentically 90s. That's all I'm trying to get at.
It is, but
that is also writing reviews to put bread on the table.
Exactly. Dad is such a shit writer that he has taken up a side job, or at least a real job, writing reviews for a tech magazine. Reviewing Laserdisc players and reviewing movies and such, and
which was a thing back then.
Yeah, which was a thing back then.
A very expensive thing. Shit, those things were $1,000. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know. They're fucking expensive. So anyway, this was a review that he was writing by the time that he left. Now, if we open the left drawer here. Take out the string binder and throw it at something. There is a secret compartment that you can also throw away. And in here is a letter. The letter, although cursive and very, very hard to read, states that this was a letter written to him by his uncle Oscar.
Yeah. The obituary we read earlier was Oscar's obituary.
Yeah, the house that we're in, just to reiterate, is in fact Oscar's house. That means that it is our dad's brother's house.
The psycho house, as people call it.
And Oscar himself is kind of a tragic figure, but really reprehensible in the same, in the same breath, which we'll get back to later on. Anyway. This letter says that, hey, this house is all yours. Please feel free. After I'm dead and gone, this is all yours. Please have fun. And once we get into the safe later on, we'll discover why there's a big fucking tear in the letter, because the dad, our dad, as a protagonist,
in the game, I must stress,
does not like this guy at all, for reasons that are about to become painfully obvious. Now we are moving into, let's turn on the fucking lights here. Now we're moving into the library, and the library is, of course, half of Oscar's old books that we can't touch, and some of them are our dad's. For instance, if we throw away the lid here and just crash down, here are some of Dad's books. One of these pulp novels that he's written.
This is so wonderfully kitsch. I love how Everything that this guy has written is the accidental something something.
Yeah. A message from our future saved the president's life once, but within the next 24 hours, there will be another attempt, and the lines of communication are down. Oh my God. I'm riveted. I don't know about you, but I am riveted.
I'm more interested in the magazine beneath it.
Oh, really? Oh. Let's just have a look-see.
Well, that's an attractive woman.
Well, yeah, in the sort of mid-90s way, I guess.
Yeah. An authentically 80s, 90s attractive woman.
Yeah. Again, my wife has curly hair, so this...
Well, really, that was an age where women knew when to be natural and not to put on so much fucking makeup. The selfie culture has kind of ravaged that. In a way, this game is a nice, fuzzy, nostalgic look-see for those of us who remember the 90s.
Exactly. And just to, completely forego the whole titillating kind of thing, A Stranger Under My Roof, the best-selling advice book for parents of teens, meaning, of course, that the parents here are not really sure what the hell to do with my little sister.
Yeah.
My little sister is being a shit, isn't she?
Well, every teenager is shit.
Yeah, exactly. I've been a teenager for most of my adult life, and
I hit the rebellion fairly late. I think it was 18, but by God, did I hit the fucking rebellion?
Yeah, me too. I was a late bloomer as well, and yeah.
But we showed them.
So the teen years are fraught with all change of type, are fraught with change of all types. Sorry, my vocabulary just went out the window. Physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, but these changes don't affect your teen. Your teen's turbulent years are a challenge for parents as well. Maybe the biggest challenge you've ever faced since having children. I want this back cover to be read by Gary Owens. I don't know if it's just me.
I can do a decent dramatic narrator. Can I try it?
All right, cool. Let's do it. Let me just back up a bit. So, lights. Here we go.
A stranger under my roof, understanding teens.
Really
the teen years are fraught with change of all types. Physical, mental, emotional, spiritual. But these changes don't just affect your teen. Your teen's turbulent years are a challenge for parents as well. Maybe the biggest challenge you've yet faced since having children.
Reach, goddammit.
This book holds insights into your teen's behavior from the very beginning, as he or she first enters adolescence, up through the end of the teen years, as he or she enters young adulthood. The practical strategies here are based upon the well-tested principles of pediatric psychology, presented by Dr. Eliza Medina, herself a mother of 2 teenagers, prepared to gain new tools for establishing a productive, healthy, and loving dialogue with the stranger under your roof.
We just needed the thunderclap to come in there, really.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll probably edit it in a thunderclap. You'll download the whole thing and we'll edit in a thunderclap.
I love how severe Dr. Elisa Medina looks. Like, really, just
she looks like that was her voice.
Like, really, stop talking. Really, I want to explain all of this to you. I've never had such a good conversation with my daughter.
Hello, I am Dr. Elisa Medina. You might remember me as the narrator voice from Space Quest 4.
Fuck all that noise. All right, let's look at the folder here. That gives us the combination to the save, which is 0451. Please remember that, because I'm terrible at remembering numbers.
I'll just write it down in the chat, because I'm terrible at writing numbers as well. 0451.
0451. All right. And this is one of the more interesting bits about the dad of the house, which is that he's apparently a shit writer at reviews as well. he's just shit at everything he does. Please stop going on. I'm just going to read out the important bits here. Even if it's becoming harder and harder to weed out the tangents and non-sequiturs from the usable copy of heavy rewrites, the readers of Home Theater Aficionado want to hear about the quality and value of the hardware, not ruminations on your childhood.
Dad.
I mean, seriously, the guy's just going, yeah, this DVD player is quite nice, but then again,
When I was a kid,
my uncle used to rape me, so
spoiler alert.
yeah, but we've already established that we are going.
Very true. Yeah.
So anyway, 0451. Let's head on back. Seriously, I hope the stream is going well because I'm in full screen. I have no.
I think it is. There are no one at the IRC channel, but that is to be expected. This was planned fairly late. I obviously hope that if any one of you is watching this live, I hope you're enjoying this. Then again, I haven't busted out Virginia Capers yet. I'm just waiting for the right moment.
We're not going to.
I most certainly am.
Dear Mr. Mason, please find enclosed your original document. The reason for opening this drawer is, of course, not integral to completing the game. It is to get some backstory on what Daddy O is doing in this house in the first place. And what has happened is that, I'm just going to skip through this real quick, is that for some obscure reason, Uncle Oscar left this house to our dad,
whom he used to rape.
Well, he's dead at this point, so he's not going to rape it.
Well, that's why I said used to.
Yeah. Okay. Used to. Yeah, exactly.
He did it before life left his body. But I guess it's kind of interesting because I'm picking up on things that I didn't notice when I played through it myself. Embarrassingly enough, something that I'm tempted to call this game, in reference to something we had back in the 90s. Back in the 90s, we had interactive movies. This game is an interactive novel. You have a lot of threads that converge, but you also have a lot of questions that are left unanswered. So that's the best way I can put it. We're playing through an interactive novel at this point.
What I really love about this game is that, much like The Seventh Guest, not that I'm gonna, really compare the two, but much like The Seventh Guest, things are actually answered. If you piece shit together, you actually get the full picture. You actually do know what is happening, but it does require some,
But you do have to piece shit together, so it requires something of you.
It does require, and the game does not.
Oh, there's a put the cassette tape in. There was a cassette tape at the X-Files.
Yeah, there is. Do you guys want to listen to some punk rock while I go take a whiz?
Yeah.
All right, because we all know. Yeah. So Fred's going to narrate this exhilarating punk rock noise while I go take a whiz.
Yeah, punk's not dead. That was that was basically it. I like it. You can't see, but I'm headbanging. You gotta play the whole song there. This is some really good shit, though. I will say that.
I'm back.
I wasn't actually able to narrate it because whenever I narrate it, the sound cuts off, and I wanted people to experience that. It's good punk rock. It's good 90s pop rock. Sorry, not pop rock, punk rock. I mean, we grew up in the era of Nirvana and Blink 182 and fuck you, don't tell me what to do type shit.
Yeah, I want to fuck you like an animal type shit.
You bring me closer to God. Yeah, exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, Fred just sang.
Yeah. Well, I'll sing along to Nine Inch Nails happily on any occasion, and as I have amply demonstrated in private to my co-host.
Oh yes, and we shall hopefully do so again.
Yeah.
But another thing that really strikes me about this game is that it's so indebted to the '90s culture that it,
Well, we've already been there. They had a Laserdisc player featured in a review. You're indebted to '90s culture when you remember the fucking Laserdisc.
Yeah, but not only that. I mean, the Laserdisc was kind of mainstream culture in the '90s, but this is like girl riot, like girls go RRL riot stuff, and this stuff is all over the house. And
it's kind of interesting. I actually pondered that the first time I played it because there is actually a metal band called Girl School, and I don't know if the name of that band might be a vague reference to Girl School. Maybe I'm clutching straws here.
It's not. I've actually played this game with the commentary on, and a prominent figure in the mid-90s girl riots punk revolution was actually instrumental in not only providing her band's music for the game, but actually advising the designers on what were girl riots.
Cool.
Like in the mid-90s.
Who would that be? Did they name her, or is she anonymous?
I can't remember her name offhand. I'm very.
Is she the girl from Bikini Kill, the band with the Rebel Girls song, or?
No, she's her 90s band is on one of those cassette tapes, and I can't for the life of me remember who it is. I'm very, very sorry.
Maybe you'll remember. I'm sure she was cool.
But again,
it's cool.
Again, of course, we are playing this game because everyone who's watching this stream or watching this Let's Play later, of course, has already played through the game. So we don't actually name her. We just need to get on with the fucking game.
Yeah.
The important part about this...
I like turtles.
Yeah, of course. First of all, we like turtles. And also, this is Sam's first introduction of Captain Allegra, which will come into play later. Because Captain Allegra is her sort of alter ego.
I'm very tempted to read this in my Virginia Capers voice.
Okay, fuck it, go ahead.
Captain Allegra looked off at the ocean.
20 hours later.
Went on forever, or so it seemed. Someday she would find the edge and get to the paradise there.
Okay, I'm seriously not saying...
Then she had a cannon fire.
Boom! Slow.
It was the black parrot sheep. She yelled, I thought we lost them at Horse Island. The first mate says, looks like you thought the soon. The black sheep came up along the side. Captain Black himself came out on the deck of the black sheep. He yelled to Captain Allegra, you're never gonna find the edge. There ain't no paradise and your father was a liar. Captain Allegra yelled back. Then why do you keep following us, you imbecile? The first mate yelled out.
Jeez.
I can't do this.
You're still going. I was really
can't do
That is awful, dude.
but it was authentic, and that was what it was back in the 90s. You guys have like Mass Effect and Assassin's Creed and games that never end, but our version of that was Virginia Capers.
You are not taking this seriously. This is
No, I am. This is I like how well thought out this is, to the point where not only did the guy who made this get, he not only did he make up the characters, but he actually got into their minds, like way back when. There's so much backstory here, and we all wrote stories like this. I have stories like this that I wrote.
Exactly, and the good thing about this is that it's not just a story that Sam is writing.
It's an allegory, which I guess you could kind of guess from the name, Captain Allegra allegory.
Yeah, which actually I didn't even think of until you just mentioned it. Captain Allegra means allegory.
I have some brilliant moments when I'm drunk. I didn't notice either until now.
I never thought of that. What I do know is that later you find new chapters of the events of Captain Allegra and her first mate, who turns out to be a first fee mate or whatever.
That is true. That is true.
Which is very. This is a character that stayed with her throughout her, childhood and then adolescence, and when she became aware of her sexuality, then it became it became sort of a what's it called?
An allegory.
Not just an allegory, but like a signpost, like a stop thundering at me, please. It became sort of a like a signpost for her, defiance kind of.
Man. Yeah.
Which is excellent. I mean, really, really excellent piece of storytelling.
Very, very, very good writing. Very good storytelling. And the ship sailed on towards the sunset.
Killing it. I mean, my God. Fuck you.
I'm just getting into the 90s vibe. This was what we had back then.
Yeah. Okay, so here's another bit, which is
Hauntings from Poltergeist. Yeah.
If you want to go the obvious route, because I've heard a lot of people say that when they played this game, they thought it was a haunted house story. And
so did I.
And yes, so did I. Because it does present itself as a haunted house story.
It also does something really clever, which is, again, that interface-wise, it is very, very close to Amnesia. I think it kind of deliberately plays upon that, because Amnesia had been out for when is this from exactly? It's from last year, isn't it?
Fuck do I know?
Or is it 2013? Anyway, I think Amnesia is like from 2010, 11, something. So Amnesia had been out for a while prior to this, and this, I would say, deliberately does nearly exactly what Amnesia does interface-wise, except you're not getting what you're expecting. You're getting something completely different, and that makes it more effective.
That is exactly what it does, and it does play on your expectation. I think I listened to the Blue Cup Tools podcast earlier today, and they were talking about atmosphere in adventure games, and they brought up Gone Home as an example of a game that completely fucks with your expectations.
It does. It does do that indeed. It's sort of like watching The Matrix. If you put yourself back in that 1999 mindset, you expected something completely different out of that movie compared to what you got.
Yeah, exactly, and it is phenomenal how this.
And, once again, it's kind of interesting that this game is set in the 90s, because this is something we don't have anymore. We're spoiled, because by the time we get to experience a work of art, be it a film, be it a book, be it a game, we've already read so much about it on social media that we basically know the thing inside out. We don't the last time I remember spending money on something that I didn't know what was, because I had a really good first impression of it, was that I saw Machine Head by Deep Purple, and I thought, Deep Purple are supposed to be good. This is interesting. It has Smoke on the Water, a song I vaguely know, on it. I'm gonna pick up this vinyl and see what happens. It was cheap, but we don't do that anymore. And Gone Home requires that sort of attention. It requires that kind of attention, in my opinion.
But it also
it thrives on it.
But it also requires you to go in cold and not be aware of what it.
That's what we did back then. We went in cold. The record store would have, the new album of your favorite band, and you wouldn't necessarily have heard of it. Maybe you didn't even know it was there. You wouldn't have read a review of it. You don't go in cold anymore. And I think it's refreshing to see a work of art that requires that you do that again.
Okay, that's kind of distracting. Sorry.
But I hope you know where I'm getting at, because it's not just empty ranting. There is something behind the madness.
You're absolutely right. What this game does is it subverts your expectations of what a first-person explorative game holds, and then it completely throws it on its head. Because you have the thunderstorms, and you kind of expect the thunderstorms to be sort of cued to what you're doing, and the thunderstorms are really random. I've listened to the audio commentary. The thunderstorms that happen outside are not linked to any events at all. They're completely random, but people encounter the thunderstorms whenever they pick up an object, or they examine some sort of piece of paper and something, and it's
and it gains a certain significance. Incidentally, that is a nice poster. I love Dave Brubeck.
You want to listen to that record again? No.
Was it a Brubeck record? I don't think it was.
Here's one thing that I thought was really, really clever about this game, was that both sisters, Samantha and Caitlin, had to complete the same course on, what's it called? Sex education? Yeah, sex. Yeah. And Samantha's here. The assignment.
I'm not gonna read that in my Virginia Capers voice, by the way.
And you don't have to. But this is Sam's. Our little sister. This is her version of the same assignment that she's given. She's supposed to write a story about the menstrual cycle, and
what the fuck do you? This is sex education in a nutshell. Let's not tell people something that's useful. Let's have them make up a story about the menstrual fucking cycle.
But her story is so creative. The whole story is about this, a person in 1937 who tends to whatever, and it's really, this girl's a fucking writer. This is phenomenal stuff for a 16, 17-year-old person. This is good stuff. She literally brings the basics of human procreation to life, and later on you encounter the same assignments written by our protagonist here, Caitlin, years before, and it's just like, then the egg encounters the sperm, and then the sperm impregnates, and that's about it. Boom.
Right.
I'm done. This is so good. I really, if you are watching this and you haven't played this, then by God, we've already made it clear we are spoiling shit. But if you're not, reading these is really fundamental to understanding her character. Her character is one of, she is so creative.
Yeah, and that's also something I want to get into, because some of the criticism that this game has gotten has been leveled at the fact that you can just breeze through it. And yes, indeed you can. However, you're not supposed to. Yet another example of how we've been a little spoiled over the past, I would say, 25 years. Well, I'm only 27, so probably 20 years, because there's a limit to how far back I remember.
Oh, sorry. You wanted me to take over. Okay.
Yeah. I got nothing more to say. I don't think I need a conclusion to that. I just wanted to be the schoolmaster who says that this game is not meant to be breezed through.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, we've walked into the hall, and Samantha has written a letter to someone. No, not parentheses. Apostrophes. Lonnie. Hi, if you wanted to come over to my house this afternoon, that would be cool. I can drive. It's kind of far, but I can drive you, blah, 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 blah. And she goes, yeah, I'm totally in. See you there. I'm going to kick your butt. Get ready. So they're, meeting up at the arcade, playing Street Fighter 2. I'm pretty sure when I close this, it's going to trigger a...
as far as I remember, it does.
So let's hear it.
So you know what they say about the best laid plans of mice and men? Yeah,
No.
that it applies to Street Fighter 2.
It always does.
At least I worked up the courage to walk into the 7-Eleven and ask for a turn, but all that practice at home did not exactly translate in the wild.
Story of my life.
After I was finished getting my butt kicked, I followed them outside while they smoked. And that was when she asked me if I was that psycho house girl.
Ooh, burn.
But then she said she's always really wanted to see the psycho house. Her name is Lonnie. She's coming over tomorrow.
Yep, that's how they met.
Yeah.
Just
Are
went-
you the psycho house girl?
She just uncomfortably went, "Hey, are you the psycho house girl? Can I come over?" And instinctively you're just going, "This girl just want to fuck with us," and not in the sense that you.
Well, it turns out that she does want that too.
Let's just be adults for a second here. She's being sincere, and
Yes, it's about love. It's about fucking in the most romantic way possible.
exactly.
Which is the best kind of fucking.
The best kind of fucking, indeed. Also, this is a note that's been left to us very, very recently, possibly late last night.
I just misread that. Sorry about the staff that's missing.
I buried all our servers in the floorboards.
The staff of Ra.
No, please tell mom and dad. Sorry about the stuff that's missing, Sam. And if you go back to the living room and stuff, you'll notice that stuff is missing. Guys. You guys are watching this on Google Hangouts. The frame rate is already shit, but it's also shit.
It's not
me.
Yeah, it's not made for this, but it's worth it in my opinion. I mean, really, you shouldn't experience the game first time if you see this. What you should get from this is that you should go into this having played the game, and what you'll get is two drunken academics raving about it. Actually, one drunken academic and one drunk who never made it to being an academic.
Way to sell yourself, dude.
Yeah. A drunken computer science student with a communicative streak.
By the way, I'm the academic, so I'm technically the smarter one.
Yeah, technically, but not in practice.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, we're now upstairs, and this is when. Where's the fucking light switch? There it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sam's room is down by the corner.
Yes, it is. But if we pick up this cassette and have a little look-see, and this, by the way, this is one of those nice little touches that I liked about this game.
Yeah.
Is that when you twirl around.
And we all remember this. Cassette tapes were awesome.
Yeah, by the way, and also the track listing. love thing, Cherry Bomb, throwaway bomb.
I love Cherry Bomb. Cherry Bomb is a good fucking song.
Yeah. We can't actually put it on because the tape is
It's
oddly
weird
missing.
hanging out with girls.
But here we go.
Daniel was around ever since I was little, and other girls, I don't know. But being around Lonnie is like instantly just right. I gave her the grand Psycho House tour and took my revenge on Super Nintendo. And it was like, I don't know, I finally found someone I feel normal around. I drove her home and she gave me this tape and said, "You have got to listen to this." I haven't stopped playing it since.
Now, did she just listen to that because she was infatuated, or because she actually found, her voice kind of thing?
That is, I think that is something the game can't answer. You alone, as a person experiencing this, can answer that. But we've all felt that at one point or another. When you find someone who you're just on wavelength with, romantically or otherwise, then you'll try to find common ground. I think that's what happened here. It's very human. It's not always logic, but it's human.
I really, really think that not only did Lonnie introduce her to punk girl music and such, she sort of found her voice. She sort of found her identity through this girl, because I have this sense that Sam was going to go through her life sort of unconsciously repressed kind of thing, like
Right.
trying to act like society was expecting her to do, and because she did Lonnie, then she was exposed to a world that she wasn't really aware that even existed. And then
Your voice is turning very, very gravelly.
I know, because this is the part.
She was this girl who was doing what society was asking of her. Hi, I'm the Space Quest historian.
I'm sorry.
Are we ready to rumble?
Oh, the Chun-Li moves. Yeah.
I never actually played Street Fighter, but I did have a cheat sheet for Mortal Kombat.
You Philistine.
I know. We didn't have a Nintendo. The first console I got was a PlayStation.
Well,
And that was like back in the late. Actually, something we would do back then, which is something that you young whippersnappers watching this can't relate to, is that I actually had a friend who lived on the same street as me, very close friend. We've drifted apart, but he's still in the back of my head, and I'm sure I'm still in the back of his somewhere. But he had a PlayStation before I had, and I would actually borrow his PlayStation for like a week, hook it up to my TV, and he would be okay with that. We would do stuff like that. I mean, we would hunker around a computer and watch someone play, and we would take turns. Today, you just go on a Twitch and watch whatever's playing or whatever. But we would do that kind of thing in the 90s. This game is kind of tickling my nostalgia bone, but I think that's kind of natural for it.
It is, and it's tickling my nostalgia bone as well, because when I was a kid, and I mean like I don't know, 12, 15, kind of. That's kind of a big gap, but my brother and I used to go to this guy's Peter's house, and he had a Super Nintendo, and we would drag our desktop machines up onto the the 5th floor of the apartment building that he was in, and hook them up to like a local area network and such, and play Quake and Doom and such. Mm-hmm. And this, I mean, literally, this was like 96, 95, 96, maybe. But he had a Super Nintendo as well. So, between us getting bored, we would just sit there and play his Super Nintendo. And I totally get where Lonnie and Sam were coming from. Because this was, you didn't get, I mean, you went to arcades, sure, but it cost money to play. So you were there for like, I'm buying, a bag of cheese fries, and then I'm gonna go play the arcade machines until my money runs out, and then I'm gonna go fucking home. But then I go over to my friend's house, and this was like the birth of home video game systems.
Right. I didn't, I didn't get that because I didn't get it as a teenager at any rate, because I wasn't a teenager until, when would I have been, 12? I guess I would have been 12 in 2000. So I wasn't a teenager until 2001. But growing up in small town Denmark, which is obviously where I hail from, I guess you kind of got a delayed version of what you guys over in Zealand would get, because you were closer to Copenhagen. So you guys got everything before we did. I mean, electricity, basic hygiene, that sort of thing.
Irrigation,
yeah. Dental plans.
Yeah, exactly. Toothpaste.
Yeah.
So anyway, I was just for the record, for people watching, I was born in 1980, and Fred was born in
88.
I think.
88. I just have a baby face.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I have a Cillian Murphy face.
That's why he's the handsome one of the two of us.
That is something that's to be discussed. But unless I hear counter arguments, I'm gonna run with it.
So please hit us up on @BSDesigners on Twitter and tell us who's the most handsome of it. Oh,
hi girls, I'm also on Tinder.
Anyway, we're trying to play a fucking serious game here. All right. I just threw away a pillow, and
I love the fact that we went through that for like 10 minutes, and there's a cat on a motorcycle, and none of us noticed.
I did notice, and also the writer of this letter noticed. Anyway,
Sam is writing the black part, and Lonnie is writing the red part, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not going to read it all out. The reason that I brought this up is because the one thing that Gone Home does really, really well is give you a sense of character, not through exposition, not through dialogue. Obviously, there's a lot of diary entries, but they come very sporadically. What really sells the character is her interaction with other people that you don't know.
Right. Yeah.
By looking at these, exchanges that they've obviously, because I used to pass notes, during school and such, and these are notes that she passed during school and that she kept because
we all did that.
Yeah, and this is magnificent storytelling right here. Because this is not just told through exposition. Oh, and then I met this girl Lonnie, and then we passed notes, and then her note said, and such and such. No,
right? You're in her mind, and you're in her mind in a detached kind of manner. You're seeing mementos.
Exactly. So, I mean, the only reason for reading this note is, of course, character development.
And thunder.
Also thunder, yeah. We've spent enough time on that. Another thing I wanted to show you is under the bed is a picture of a motorcycle, which
the Brother 150. Of course, it's a Phaedrus, new for 1965.
Which seems innocuous until you read, this is the one me and my dad are building. Want to go for a ride when it's done? Which means that, Lonnie is kind of a tomboy kind of person. I mean, not in the, sort of sexualized, hi, I have short hair.
But it's kind of a stereotype. I mean, girls can... Here's something, and she won't mind me saying this, but my ex-girlfriend was way better at using her hands than I was. So when it came to putting up lamps and shit, she would be the one with the drill, and I would look on in horror.
Exactly. My wife is the same thing. Whenever there's something that needs to be fixed around the house, anything that involves power tools, my wife will just jump into it. And
exactly. Yeah, the handy woman is a thing, and it pisses me off that I'm expected to be able to handle power tools.
And you are not
just because I have a penis and testicles.
No.
I mean, fuck you. If I handle power tools, there is a chance I'll kill someone.
And exactly that is why I'm going to throw this soda can. Boom.
That was a very wimpy throw.
I'm sorry, I'm a girl. Completely undermines.
And yeah, that completely undermines everything I said in regards to stereotypes.
All right, let's just look at this note. Hi Sam, do you want to come and see Pulp Fiction? Blah 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 blah. This.
Hey, do you know what a quarter pounder is called in France?
No.
Royale with cheese.
Oh God!
You can go into a McDonald's in France and you can get a beer, and I'm not talking about a paper cup beer. I'm talking about like a glass of beer. Dude, have you never seen Pulp Fiction?
I have. It's been a long while, but there was a point where you could go into a McDonald's in Denmark and get a glass of beer as well.
That's before my time with McDonald's.
And this, by the way, is one of those moments where
actually when I walk into a McDonald's today, that's because I'm hungover. So the last thing I want is actually a glass of beer because I've had plenty of those.
Anyway, this is one of those moments where the game completely subverts your expectations.
Yeah.
See this in the bathtub and you go, all right, this is a horror game. Something horrible has happened here. And then you pick up this thing, put it back, and then...
Lonnie brought her hair dye over today.
Aww, it's not blood.
Roots, think you could help? Dyeing hair is weirdly intimate. I don't know if I've touched someone else's scalp before.
I will actually say I got the chills from this in an intimate way.
We looked in the mirror together after, and I expected her to say something about how it looked crappy or good or whatever. But that's when she said, "You're so beautiful." And she was looking at me. Right in that moment, I wanted to say something, but I waited. And the moment was gone.
Have you ever had
this,
that moment where it just went away?
Yeah, and people touching your scalp is very, very intimate. So I could relate to this, yeah. Without making everyone too uncomfortable. I think this is something the game does great. It taps into those emotions.
It does really, and it does, create these, sort of tactile remembrances of stuff that you don't think about, like when someone touches your scalp. I mean, I hate the word scalp. Let's just do this because when you say scalp, I immediately think of someone, cutting off the bit of your head.
Yeah, exactly. That Native American practice.
Or just some psycho killer thing, but
sorry, you said psycho killer.
In this case, it's a very sort of tactile, romantic thing, and the bit that actually
it's about ethics and games journalism.
Boom! Fuck you.
But really, I hear you. Do continue.
The thing that actually got to me was the whole part about the moment missed. I mean, the moment where you...
Yeah. We've all had that, and I've had countless moments that could have turned into relationships, I'm sure, but didn't because I let the moment slip, and we all do that. Yeah. And some moments we embrace, and that turns out to be the wrong thing. So we've all been there. We let the right moment slip, and we go for the wrong moments. So,
or we pray for the moment to come back. I've had so many of those moments in my life where it just went, oh, I should have totally done that.
Yeah, I do that too. I think we all do. I have I don't have nightmares about it, but sometimes I'll slip into uh, something I did when I was 12, and I'll cringe. I'll physically cringe. I'll make a sound or something to because I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, exactly. And
But I was a little shithead, so I should cringe.
well, it does. And we were shitheads, and we it's perfectly natural.
Actually, don't you think let's fast forward a bit. We're gonna sit in our retirement homes and we're gonna drink our morning bitters and we're gonna think about this and gonna think, my God, I wish I had played, I don't know, Gabriel Knight 2, The Beast Within, or The Seventh Guest, or I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, or some shit.
No, I don't think anyone has ever thought that before. But yeah,
no, that was like, don't you think we will?
Okay, so anyway, these are our, my parents' bedroom. You don't really want to go traipsing around in here for too long.
No, because that's awkward.
Yeah, there's a condom in the drawer. Let me see if I can click that.
Oh, barf.
My parents are having sex. Oh, dear God.
Why didn't Dad just get a vasectomy? He's awful at everything else. Might not want to get any more children.
What's really interesting about this room is
that's very 90s, actually, getting a vasectomy.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
So don't.
What's really interesting about this room is, first of all, here's Walt Whitman and Leaves of Grass under the bed.
Walt Whitman is known as Santa Claus. Actually, let me see that front cover again. This is Paul Giamatti starring in the blockbuster adventure game Elf Quest.
I just took a very, very long swig of beer because that needed to sink in.
Yeah.
Anyway, what's really interesting about that is, not that bit, is that...
No, there has never in the history of man been a 3-ring binder that is interesting.
No. But if you go into the closet here, which is ostensibly, our mother's, this is our mother's side, and this is the book that she was reading. You look here, that's what I wanted to pick up. Sorry, that's about what.
I'm really, really interested in watercolor techniques.
Fuck that. Somewhere around here is a book on, dealing with. I'm sorry. It's in the bathroom.
Right.
There's a book somewhere in the bathroom about dealing with
There's a book there.
Marital issues. Like, here it is. After the honeymoon, discovering your spouse personally, spiritually, and sexually. Why would your parents be reading this shit?
And why would why would the one parent leave it around for the other parent to notice?
I don't think. I think the dad is because he's so hung up on his career and the fact that spoiler again that his uncle abused him. He's just unattentive. Right. Please do me the favor of reading the back of this aloud in Virginia Caper's voice.
Okay, go. It may seem inevitable that the spark you and your spouse shared on your honeymoon should fade over time, but it doesn't have to be. Reverend Alexander Markles will show you how to rekindle the fire you once had. Part 1 provides simple steps to reopen the lines of communication between you and your spouse,
Okay,
allowing you to... I was just getting into it.
I'm sorry. I was just about to say, okay, now do a Christopher Walken, and I just went, what am I doing?
I thought you meant Christopher Lee.
Oh, Christopher Lee. Okay, cool. Do a Christopher Lee.
I'll just skip to part 2.
All right.
Part 2 leverages the Reverend's decades of service to God, helping you to connect with a higher power. You'll draw strength from a spirituality you may not even know you have. I don't know what I should do for part 3. I did a decent Alec Guinness at one point.
Do part 3 as Beavis.
I didn't watch very much Beavis and Butthead. So which one is which one is
that was Butthead with a cough, I think.
I don't know which one I can.
Okay, fine. Do part 3 as Cedric.
Part 3 offers a number of fresh and exciting ideas for the bedroom. I'm not sure I want to go on, Graham. Come on, Cedric. Okay. Including a few things that may surprise you. The reserves of passion for your spouse run deep. You just have to know where to look. Reverend Michaels will show you the way.
Get off it, you pig!
And then he will, yeah. What an awful book.
Yeah, the audiobook must be really confusing.
It got worse and worse. Thank you for turning the mic over to me, Mrs. Capers.
Shit, I've been totally derailed now.
Yeah.
We're supposed to get the hey.
Well, we do love the game, so we can have a bit of fun with it. We're not having fun at the game's expense. I will say we're having fun with the game.
Yeah, exactly. We're not laughing at the game. We're laughing with the game.
It has some awkward stuff in it because that's very, very human. We all do awkward shit. I mean, consider the fact that every male. And get used to this thought, but every single male will experience A, penile dysfunction, B, prostate cancer.
Okay, I was just gonna say that I completely lost my train of thought because you said penile dysfunction.
Well, you're pushing 40, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
In 10 years' time, you're gonna find yourself with a doctor's finger up your ass.
I am so looking forward. I'm looking forward to my first colonoscopy.
Yeah, so turn your head and cough.
We are going to look. Okay, Sam left us a note.
My point was just that this game is actually drawing on a number of things from what it means to be human. And that includes awkwardness. So get used to it. It's here to stay.
Oh, indeed. And
actually, that's something I find refreshing. Sam and Lonnie aren't porn stars who are making out for our pleasure. They are very, very human characters, flawed and multifaceted, and that makes it a joy to piece the puzzle together.
Yeah, exactly. These people are human. They are leaving notes for each other. I mean, another point of criticism that has been leveraged towards this game is that you find all this shit strewn around the house, and why would these people leave this out there? But it's
have you ever lived in a home? It's a mess.
It's not just that left out in the open. It's in drawers. It's locked away, closed inside. It's not just walking around picking up shit. And I suppose I'm just going to clear this away so this stream doesn't become too boring. But it's not just walking around this hallway trying to find random pieces of shit to look at. I know it's leading you on a string, and I know that it's a linear tale for most of the exercise. But the way that it does it is that you're picking up scraps of paper that are, first of all, hidden away in places that you would normally find pieces of paper hidden away. And second of all, it's told in the sort of sense that, if you were to go through this house, that's the order you would pick it up in.
Right.
It's leaving you on a string that you don't see.
Yeah.
As opposed to many adventure games who leave you on a string because point A to point B to point C, I pick up this, that means I can do that, and that means I can give that to this person and such and such. This game leads you on a string, but you don't know that it's leading you on a string until the very end.
No, that's true. That's very, very true.
So suck it, detractors.
Yeah.
Anyway, by the way, I'm completely biased. I love this game. Please feel free to disagree with us. Please,
Yeah, give us some love on the YouTube channel. If you're watching this live, then by God, go to the IRC channel. It's on irc.freenode.net. It's called #BSDesigners, and please rip it out. Tell us what you think.
Yeah, the best part is, sorry, I'm stuttering. The best part is you can leave us a note at that chat room, and we will.
Ironically, you can leave us a note.
Okay. Yeah. Ironically, I know. Okay. So Sam, before she skipped town, sorry, again, spoiler alert. Sam wrote, Mom and Dad were going to make up the guest room for you to stay in, but you came home at such short notice, they weren't around to do it. You can use my room if you want. I won't be needing it anymore. The fact that we're both completely silent on this is kind of a testament to how powerful that note really is.
I won't be needing it. It's very...
You know what that means. I won't be needing it anymore.
It's very matter of fact. Well, it's also positive because moving out, in my opinion, is positive. That is really the moment where you turn into the person you are, as opposed to the person your parents like to think you are.
Exactly. And
so it's not just negative, but it is powerful in both senses.
And also it helps to again, this game plays on subversion of expectations. First of all, you're expecting this to be a ghost story. At this point, you're just going, all right, it's not a ghost story. Then what the hell is it? And then you go, you pick up this note and you go, okay, my fucking sister committed suicide or some shit. I won't be needing it anymore. And you go, oh my God, what am I walking into? And at this point, right now, we've seen that note, and all we can do is just pick up, the traces.
Right.
So, and again,
well, we now know what it ended with, and in one we know loosely what it ended with.
Yeah, because it does, fuck with your expectations. At one point, it's a ghost story. Another point, it's sort of a sad, Romeo and Juliet kind of story. And this will become much more apparent when we reach the dining room. But what I just did was just look at the, Lonnie is in the military, so she made this, chart about, what the different military things do.
Right. And none of us were in the military, so fuck that.
Yeah, so fuck that. But anyway, this part is kind of interesting, and this is what I'm gonna come back to in a moment. So please pay attention.
Right. Attention paid.
I actually have someone's attention at this point.
Well, I'm sitting here and my bottle of whiskey is here, so that's where I am.
Okay, so at least I have one person's attention. Fred, are you there?
You have half my attention.
Okay, cool. what I really like about the sighting journal is that Lonnie and Sam, teenagers, like early teenagers, were walking around this house that their dad has inherited, looking for a ghost, really, because light bulbs keep going off, the electrics are because you're walking down hallways in this game and lights keep flicking on and off. These girls were trying to investigate what was happening. You can't see, but I'm waving my hands like crazy.
No, but you always are, so that's kind of to be expected.
I am, but these girls were actively investigating whether this might be a paranormal phenomenon or not, and they wrote this sightings journal where they stayed up all night trying to figure out if there actually was a ghost or not. And
a paranormal phenomenon coming to a theater near you.
And I love this journal. I really love it because I keep going back to this. If you want to interpret this game as an actual haunted house story, and you can, this journal is what you need to go back to, right? Because it does explain that some things are going very wrong. And as we go into the game, the two girls are left alone for what is a weekend or something. I mean, the parents go off,
right,
and do some shit, and the girls are sort of left alone, and they spent that time, which is not explained in the journal, by the way, but they spent that time trying to exorcise the ghost that is supposedly haunting the building.
Well, that's the end game, isn't it? That you move your get up to the ceiling, or the attic. Sorry.
Oh no! That part, once you reach the attic, you're beyond the ghost story.
But that's where the game ends, right?
Yeah,
it was for me certainly.
The ghost story culminates once you reach the hidden passage.
Oh yeah.
And that's kind of where that story ends. What am I doing?
I don't know.
What am I? Oh wait. This room.
I don't know. Stop circling around the fucking canvas like you're Bob fucking Ross.
I know. I'm sorry, dude. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. No, not the fucking textbook.
Healthy choices. Healthy choices for sheep.
Here we go. Sam and Lonnie actually found secret passages through the hallway. Can you tell my accent is becoming more American the drunker I get?
So am I, actually. Well, it depends on who I'm with. If I'm with you, it turns more American. If I'm with Gareth, it turns more British.
So when we do open crowdsourcing, and you're really drunk.
I'm stuck. Basically, I'm stuck between two houses.
Yeah, you're stuck between two houses.
Well, I'll probably just do Virginia Capers out of desperation.
Jesus, do you know how much like Paul Atreides you just sounded like? Like, I'm stuck between two houses, but then again, I'm hooked on spice, so who gives a shit?
One of my favorite line of Dune, hands down, is now I control the worm and the spice. Because we needed the spice in that sentence to legitimize the fact that you're controlling the worm.
I control the worm. Again, the death metal voice kind of creepy.
In Soviet Russia, worm controls you.
Anyway, I don't mean to make fun of this game or speak in a fake Russian accent or...
No, we are not making fun of this great American game that you get.
No.
We're having fun with game, not off game.
Exactly.
No, it's not Jamaican.
I mean, in Soviet Russia, haunted house...
in Soviet Russia, house haunts you.
Which is kind of what it does in America.
Yeah, well, you Americans think you have everything.
Okay, seriously, this note here, right here, explains...
Putin under it.
So, shut up. Sorry, I have to burp. There it goes. I'm sorry, this is really...
It's a boy.
Fuck you. This is really inappropriate. Anyway, this tells us that there actually are secret rooms in the house.
Yeah. Secret passages.
And the first one is that in Mom and Dad's room, there's a secret passageway that leads us down somewhere. And later on, we are going to find, actually, if we go through that...
We have it. Not only now we can go there, we also have it on the map. And we haven't actually been to the map screen. Could you try for the viewers to bring it up? They'll already know what it looks like, of course, but...
What do you do with the map? I mean, the map... Okay, I might go back to this, but... The whole items and map thing is really kind of useless, except for...
Well, it's kind of off-putting because it reminds you of the fact that you're in a game. So
exactly, that's one thing. I will admit I used the map when I played it the first time.
So did I.
I was kind of turned around. I didn't know where the fuck I was supposed to go.
Yeah, I used the map too. First, I was afraid. I was petrified. Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side.
We're not drunk.
No. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules. So do I.
Keep going, please.
I can't. I have the LP, you know that, but I don't actually know the lyrics.
Stop.
But I have listened to it more times than I care to admit.
Fuck it. Talk about the fucking game, please.
Right. Well, there's the map. That came at exactly the right moment. For once, the timing was in our favor. Well, there is indeed a map, and here it is. And close it because it's fairly useless at this juncture.
Yeah, it is. One thing that is useful and also kind of a bummer, I guess, is the fact that you have a tab that's called Journals. And once you reach the end game, it sort of fills up with all the journal entries that Sam has written, but you probably missed a few. And and you know, to be honest, I still haven't found all of them. I really haven't, and I really want to.
Right.
So fuck it. Let's just go through the secret passageway.
Yeah. Because nothing says adventure more than secret passageway.
Exactly, but still, look at that. Look at that.
But we didn't have time.
Just stop talking, please.
Pull the string.
Pull the string. Okay, now, this tells us that there are other secret passageways, and I also know where they are, so we don't have to look at this too much. However...
Evidence of the supernatural discovered. 0.
And
I love this because it's so very human. This ultimate disappointment and the effort that you put into something that's just doomed to fail.
I was reading a lot into this.
No, I mean evidence of the supernatural discovered. 0. The search continues.
No, seriously, these are just two teenage girls running around a house that is not theirs, and it's been left behind by this creepy uncle that Dad somehow doesn't want to talk about for some reason.
Because he took it up his ass.
That's the one, and that's what we're going to get into. But I do want to show you this clever little Easter egg.
The cross!
Yeah, it's not really an Easter egg, but it's really creepy nonetheless. If you pick up the cross down here, which says, boom, the lights go on.
The world he gave his only son. I can't tell what's on the top of it. For God so loved the world.
For God so loved the world, he
gave his only son.
Yeah, and whenever you pick this up, no fault. Whenever you pick this up, the light goes out, and you can't turn it back on. That's the only jump scare in the entire game. And actually, I didn't see that on my first playthrough.
That is a bit blackout-like, you know what, with the letters and such. That's a bit. Well, it's clearly an Easter egg in the sense that I think it doesn't really gel with the rest of the game.
It kind of doesn't. You're right. It kind of doesn't.
It feels a little cheap, but I'm not someone at this point. Who am I to argue against good old school horror fun? And I'm certainly not going to do that. So
you're no one. You're
no
important.
nowhere man.
He's a
real nowhere man, sitting in his nowhere land, making all his nowhere plans for nobody.
Why did you sing that as if you're like Peter Steele from Typo Negative? That was.
I don't know, because I can't do a proper Beatles voice. I'm not a tenor. I'm a bass type singer.
There are a couple of things that we need to work out, and I hope that we
there's a secret passage here in the panel somewhere. Yeah.
Yes. Once we exit. Oh, sorry. I'm going the wrong way. Once we get out of. Will you shut the fucking door, please? Thank you.
I love how that's something I noticed in this game, which is that you're taking a toll on your parents' energy bill.
Actually, there's a when you go to the corkboard outside the
a Ouija board.
Stop using the fucking power. Stop leaving the lights on. Also, no, please, no, fuck off.
I've never used one of those, but I keep hearing that you shouldn't because it's somehow scary for you. I'm not sure what to believe, but I don't believe it. I love this because this can either be interpreted as Oscar wanting to come back or Oscar wanting to be reincarnated as a sheep.
To come balalaika. He might want to be a Southern European, Southern American percussion instrument.
Hello. Who are you? Oscar. What do you want? To come back.
Again,
or maybe
creepy things. Stop talking.
BA is a bachelor degree, so maybe he's wanting to. Maybe he wants one of those. Maybe he was a not so educated man.
You know what I find most interesting about these playthroughs is whenever I say stop talking, you inevitably keep talking.
Well, I have no respect for you. You know that.
That's the one. There you go. This sign right here is where I completely lost my shit for the first time because this is creepy. It's not a jump scare. It's just really, really creepy.
I can relate. At this point, you thought it was a haunted house story, didn't you? Because I did.
Yeah, exactly. And you've just put away a Ouija board. And then you pick up a note where they've apparently written down the individual questions that they've asked this Ouija board. And it goes, hello. Who are you? Oscar. What do you want? To come back. Yeah, exactly. And that creeped me the fuck out. It was 3 a.m. granted, but it's still creeping the fuck out.
Yeah. I think something that spoilers attached, but we've been there. Something that did disappoint me a little was that this wasn't really followed through. It's not. We're both of us enjoy horror, so we're used to thinking of that as the main plot. The thing is that in this game it's actually just an aside. It's something that the characters delve into and experience.
No, but
it holds a certain relevance to the player, but it doesn't hold the relevance that you're led to believe it holds, judging from this note.
I completely disagree. Because this is exactly what holds my interest to the story. It's that the supernatural element is left up to your imagination. The house may be haunted, it may not be. The only the only evidence that you have of it being haunted is two 15 and 16-year-old girls running around believing that it is haunted and leaving behind these notes. It may not be haunted. It may be.
Well, in that light, it definitely is haunted, judging by the crucifix. What happened earlier when you picked it up?
That could just be a coincidence. Complete coincidence.
Yeah, it could.
That's the only jump scare in the entire game. The rest of the supposedly haunted house narrative, which, by the way, I subscribe to. Don't get me wrong, I subscribe to it. I think the house is haunted.
I mean, I'm firmly in the I want to believe camp. So yeah, I want the house to be haunted too. Yeah.
But still, the only evidence we have of the house being haunted, and we will see this later when we get to the room below the stairs, is that two teenage girls were staying up late and writing down shit.
Right.
Electrics are malfunctioning. Oh shit! We didn't even look at that. It's in the in Dad's room. There's this electrical report thing. You should
either look at it or leave it up to people who are watching it but haven't experienced that to go find it. I think we might want to, but progression in this game is a word you can use liberally, because
still,
any experience in this game will progress as far as the plot goes.
But then again, I do need to go downstairs because this is not the fucking way. I do need to go downstairs because I have to open the. Where the fuck is the stairs?
Remember there is a map.
I have to go downstairs. Sorry, I just burped. I have to go downstairs because the other half of the combination to my sister's locker is down here somewhere. So I might as well.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember finding that and being elated.
I'm gonna go in Dad's fucking room here, and here it is. This is one of those moments where you go, because it says that the wiring makes the lights go on and off at random points, and the lights do go off at random points.
Right.
It just flicker. And this note just says that, the electrician's going to come by, fuck it. He's, on his own time and shit.
Is this like in Scratches where you keep calling the guy at every 5 minutes?
So anyway, I am really, really busting for a piss. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this bottle.
And kill it!
And actually, I was just going to hold it here while you tell some funny story, and then I'm just going to fuck off.
Yeah. So while he's holding the bottle, I hope you're enjoying this. I'm certainly seeing a side to this game that I haven't really noticed before. So I hope that people watching this will get a dimension of the game that they didn't actually get when they were playing it on their own. I'm certainly enjoying it. This is where you notice that I'm not the most interesting person to be left with when the guy who's always talking and or interrupting me leaves. But yeah, there is no but. There are only buttocks. Now, really, something I must stress is that I like the supernatural elements of this, and I like that it's told as a non-definite story, because that's how you experience supernatural elements in the real world. As I've said multiple times during this stream, I want to believe, but people who have experienced what you might ascribe to the supernatural aren't often able to explain just what happened. You just have this odd feeling. You just believe that this was what it was. It feels right that it was something of another world that touched you. And I like the fact that you never see a ghost in this game. The whole supernatural plot basically hinges on someone else's belief of this being that's what's behind the odd shit going on in this house. It's never definite. And he threw the bottle down, so I guess he's back. I've bored the living shit out of people, I can tell you.
That's cool. We don't have any viewers on the stream as far as I know. I'm not actually looking at it, but shit, what do I care?
Hi guys, we love you.
What I do know is that one of these panels comes loose. It doesn't right now, so that means I don't actually know that it does.
Maybe you should check the map because the hidden passages are revealed on the map. There's one up there, and the X, of course, indicates one that we have been to.
Oh, near Dad's room. Is that the one we've been through?
No, sorry, wait a minute, it isn't. It isn't, it's the opposite. It's one we haven't been to. Jesus fucking Christ, do I sound drunk.
I don't care. Have we been through this stuff?
I don't think we have. We haven't been to a secret passage on this floor, so I think you're looking at the right place.
Okay, so Dad's office that's the living room.
Not there. Dad.
That's not Dad's office.
No, I don't. I think we're definitely looking for something in the hallway. Wait a minute. We have been there.
I know. I'm just looking for fucking. Oh, here.
We're looking for fucking you.
Okay, here we go. If we go Mom and Dad's bedroom.
Ew.
And my accent is completely fucking up on it.
I don't know what accent I've got at this point. I would say the accent of an alcoholic.
Whatever. I'm cool with that.
I'm channeling Ace Frehley.
I know for a fact there are no secret passages here. No, seriously, where am I supposed to go?
I don't know. Look at the map.
I did look at the map.
But look at it better. You're
Okay.
looking at Sam's room. You're looking at something that's on the wall opposite of Sam's room. No, that's the boarding pass.
Wait a minute. Did we pick up the? No, we didn't. We didn't pick up the scrap of paper. Here we go. That's half of her.
Zero.
Thing. That's cool.
Took up that.
That's yeah, like that.
Yeah. Actually, don't. That might hurt. So don't fuck it.
All right. I won't, but only on your advice.
Yeah, don't try this at home, kids. I think you're still. No, wait a minute. Oh, that was the one where you picked shit up. I now get it. I'm a slow. Let's.
There we go. Fuck off.
Throw it. Throw it to the ground.
First of all,
do not read.
Go away.
Allegra and Scarding. I'm not gonna do that.
We're just gonna pick this up, and we go. Okay, we've got the combination, and now you can, ladies and gentlemen, please open your beers. Put your hands together for Miss Virginia Capers.
Hello, I'm Virginia Capers. Allegra and a skating party peered down wearily through the dense canopy, a rustling leaf from the perch high in the forest branches.
No,
yes, what is it?
Stop, please stop. Can you just read this in the, I was gonna say Christopher Lloyd. That might be interesting, but just Christopher Lee. Just anything with the quicker pace, please.
Right, well, Christopher Lee doesn't exactly have a quicker pace, but I'll see what I can do. Mere feet away, sunlight shone brightly off the inner ice walls of the glacial basin in which the forest grew.
This is much better.
It was a strange sight indeed. Such lushness juxtaposed with the frigid ice formations.
Is there some way to turn this guy's speed up?
Allegra leapt forward without hesitation, bounding through the high branches. I can hear an echo of myself.
Yeah, you keep going, dude.
The first mate had been captured by the green glaciers Amazonian shrine. His life hung in the balance. We have to hurry. Allegra's party followed behind, moving quietly as a breeze through the greenery. Allegra landed in the clearing and shouted, "Stop!" She saw the Queen Amazonian up on her pedestal, reaching for the lever that would drop her first mate into the vat below. She shouted, "No!" and flung her saber at the Amazon's reaching hand, but it was too late. There's a typo here. There is supposed to be 2 O's in the word "two." The first mate screamed as he fell toward the water, then splashed down, and all was eerily silent. Allegra looked on, frozen in fear and remorse. She had been a moment too late.
Oh my God! I am tempted to give you a momentary a round of applause, but I know there's a whole other page for you to get through.
Is this still Christopher Lee, or what is it?
Anything that keeps this thing moving.
But then, from the vat, something began to emerge. A head of dark brown hair.
I will reach the screen and strangle you.
Okay. Well, I don't have to read this. I mean, people can read it on their own. It's worth it.
Just do your best, Gary Owens, and get the fuck on with it.
Just like the first mates, then the shoulders and sleeves of his coat soaking wet. But as the figure stood and the water poured down, Allegra saw that the first mate had changed. He was no longer a man at all. In fact, what looked back at her were the eyes, the face, the hair, the man, the myth, the legend, and hands and body of a woman, still in the first mate's clothes. Still the first mate. She spoke in a soft, clear voice. "Captain, the Amazonian Queen said, she is one of us now. She is ours." Allegra drew her magical flintlock pistols from her belt, and her crew readied their swords. Allegra glared into the Queen's eyes and said, "That's the love of my life, and you can't have her."
Now, facetiousness aside, this is actually a very, very poignant and touching piece of character development, because
we completely ruined it.
Yeah, but in our own magical way.
Yeah, this is why you watch Backseat Designers. It's funny voices and shit.
I guess this is why you don't watch Backseat Designers. But anyway,
point taken. Anyway, Patreon.com/Backseat Designers. Just wanted to throw that out there. Keep me in business as one of the worst impressionists of all time.
But still, yeah, this is one of those poignant moments where the character of Sam actually realizes or is coming to terms with her sexuality, and her parents are unaware of this. And she
that's also fascinating. And there's also conflict going on, and that's something you experience when you're drawn to your own sex. You're kind of like, this isn't right because culture dictates that it isn't supposed to be right, and so you're kind of embarrassed by it. But you shouldn't be. It's 2015. Of course, in this game, it's 1995.
Yeah, exactly. Because at this point, as we are about to see, once you hit one of the locked rooms, actually beyond this door that I'm pointing at right now. We're going to see some very, very heartbreaking tales of parents who just don't, just to quote Will Smith, parents who just don't understand.
Right.
Which is horrifying in its own way.
That was the right moment for a thunderclap.
I know. There we go. 051.
Right.
I can do that. I think I can do that.
You can probably do that. Or 50. No, you did it wrong.
Or maybe not.
You idiot!
Okay. So, first of all, what we're going to do is look at this picture here and just be quiet, because this narration that comes right now is by far one of the most heart-wrenching, or at least
I think I remember it. I'll follow your advice.
Here she is. Isn't she nice? I'm going to close that, and here. Sorry, here it comes.
Lonnie came over today, but everything was different. She was sitting at my desk chair, and she wouldn't look at me. Finally, I asked her what was going on. She said she felt like she'd done something wrong that night in the city. Like I must think. But I said no, there was nothing wrong. I just wanted to say, but I couldn't find the words. I felt like I was going to cry, but I wasn't sad. She got up and sat next to me on the bed. I looked at her. Lonnie, do you think you could ever... And that's when she kissed me.
I don't know about you, but I was...
Well, it gives me an odd feeling inside, definitely. It doesn't make me cry, but, you know, I do get this... it resonates.
I wasn't crying at this point, but it was just a sort of an aha moment, because again, I was coming in cold. I didn't know what the hell was going on, and at this point, I was just going, okay, it's a love story. I didn't expect it to.
Oh, wait a minute! Go look at the ceiling again above the bed, please. I had those in my childhood bedroom. Exactly those. I did. I really did.
It's kind of a distraction. Okay.
Yeah, back to the 90s again. Glow-in-the-dark stars and planets.
We had those in our bedroom, my wife and I, for a bit, which was really quite nice. Let's have a look in her locker, shall we?
Gosh, Sam. So
Sam.
she was looking at women.
Oh dear, Sam.
Oh, maybe she was reading the interview about David Geffen.
Probably. Let's just assume that for the moment.
Because everyone is interested in Geffen records.
What I really love about this game also is that you're playing the part of a sister who is, unaccustomed to all of this. She's actually kind of my sister couldn't possibly kind of thing.
She doesn't strike me as being judgmental, but of course it's a hard thing to come home to. You uncover this whole story, which is life changing for your sister, and you can't relate directly to it.
But still, she's sort of not my sister. How could she possibly?
I don't agree completely. I just think it's honestly it's awkward for anyone who doesn't ask to be involved with anyone else's sexuality. It's not something that you seek out. It's something deeply personal. So I don't think she's judgmental. I just think it really hits her. It's really a whopper, which it also is for us the players.
Yeah, exactly. And that's I
don't think she goes, my sister couldn't possibly do this, because when you looked at at the magazine with a half-naked Gillian Anderson on the cover, if that's what they wanted to convey when they did this game, they would have written, "Oh my God, my sister wouldn't do this," down in the text overlay. But what they wrote was, "Oh gosh, Sam," which is what we think, because we, maybe haven't grown quite accustomed to Sam as being into women. She's having an experience where she's becoming very close with this person, Lonnie, but it's not until that audio moment where it really gels that this is a romantic experience. I mean, I can speak from experience quite comfortably. When you're a teenager, you're confused as fuck, and your close friendships, even with your, same people from the same gender as you, it'll bleed over and it'll, take on a vaguely romantic direction. You become very close with people.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the sort of apprehensive kind of oh my God, what is my sister doing? It's more of a realization that your sister at this point is becoming first of all a mature woman with sexual tendencies.
Well, there is a concept called as opposed to homosexuality, there is actually a concept called homosociality, which means that you enjoy spending time with people of your gender, of your sex. And at this point, until you reach that moment where Lonnie kisses Sam, everything you have found up to this indicates that they're having a homosocial relationship.
Yeah.
Only now does it turn sexual and romantic. So.
Or no, not even sexual. Just
Well, I would argue that any social relationship stems from sexual tension, but yeah, it's not overtly sexual, not as in the physical act. No.
No, but exactly, because she says that in an earlier audio let's just call them journal entries.
Right.
She said that spending time with males of her own age is kind of boring. The girlfriend that she had is kind of a digweed.
So that was another perfect moment. I must thank you, Thunderclap. Brilliant.
Yeah, but meeting Lonnie, I mean, it's not like it's love at first sight kind of thing where, oh, I know my place in history. It's not until that they actually sit down, and then magic doesn't happen until they actually look into each other's eyes, and then not decide, but sort of the attraction decides for them that this is actually what they've been all along,
right?
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
It just sort of clicks at that point. It just sort of clicks that when they kiss for the first time, that's when they, at least from Sam's point of view, that's when it clicks for her that this is my normal. This is what I have always this is how I've always been. I just haven't realized it yet.
Yeah. This is how I roll.
Yeah, exactly. And it's, again, I hate to harp on this, but it is so effectively told throughout this game. It's not hammered into your head. It's not like pushed into your face like, oh, this is a lesbian love story kind of thing. It's really, I mean, look at what we're doing right now. We're looking at, Dear Samantha, I would like to cordially, this is a letter written to Samantha by Lonnie.
Yeah.
Because apparently they had this, Thanksgiving dinner kind of thing.
Americans do that.
Yeah, where they went to each other's parents and sat down and had dinner, and they weren't like holding hands and kisses and whatever. They were just like, hey, this is my friend Lonnie. How are you doing? And if you flip the page like I'm going to do now, Then you get Samantha's letter to Mr.
Right.
DeSoto, which is Lonnie's parent and such. This is it's innocuous, but it's so telling in the same way.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, indeed. A lot is told between the lines.
And I think that triggers. No, it doesn't. One of these things triggers. Oh, I just threw that away.
Fuck the streaming binder.
Oh, here we go. This. Jesus.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the thunderclap was really fucking appropriate at this point because
You would be excused for thinking that was intentional.
Yeah, exactly. Because this thing is going to come back to fucking haunt us at the end of the game. This turns out to be the tattoo that they were planning to get by the end of the game, or by the end of their relationship,
Right.
when Lonnie gets shipped off to fucking military school or whatever.
Yeah.
That thunderclap could not have come at a better
It's
time.
different now.
Oh,
I mean, we still hang out all the time like before. But now when no one else is around, well, so you could say we're dating. But it's secret. Secret dating? I don't know. I mean, I guess that's the real difference. Now when we get off the phone or go home for the night, or it's just quiet and we're alone, we say, I love you.
I fucking love that.
Right. Yeah.
It sounds so corny, but I really, really love that. I mean, two friends, because that's kind of how I met my wife. Because we just started out by saying "I love you" in a sort of congenial way, like in a sort of friendly kind of way, and then it just turned into, well, I actually really love you, like I really.
Right. Yeah,
And then-
some relationships start out as friendships. So yeah.
So that kind of hits home with me, like gone home.
Yeah.
Like that is fucking tacky.
Yeah.
Just
What you said wasn't tacky, but that was definitely throw it far away. Never look for it again.
here we go. Now that
is the sex ed assignment.
This is a total throwback because if you read the
Right.
previous assignment, this is Caitlin's old, which is just like an ovum starts to develop while the blah 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 blah. It's incredible how the female body knows how to prepare for pregnancy.
But why don't you let me Virginia Capers it? Well, actually, I can answer that.
You really want to do this in Virginia Capers? Well, fuck you.
No,
I mean,
no, I don't. I don't.
Right. I was preparing for you to do that. I just had a.
I can do it if you're disappointed. And ovum starts to develop.
Stop
That's all I got for it.
I was just having a really old, big old swig of beer because I knew something was going to happen that I would disapprove of.
Gabriel.
Feed me, children! By the way, there's a book somewhere here that someone has taught, like the ghost has tossed away.
Yeah, that's very,
Find it right now.
At this
Anyway.
point, we might as well come clean. The house isn't a rapist.
If I wasn't in the middle of a burp, I would have laughed a lot louder. I'm going to do now. Anyway.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
There's something there.
Yeah. At this point, we are.
There's a letter. Read it.
Yeah. We are sort of sidestepping.
Read the fucking letter.
Stop talking, please.
Stop talking and read the letter.
No, because I have to preface the letter by explaining why we are reading the letter. Because the letter has nothing to do with the love story. This letter has to do with. Oh shit! It does have to do. Anyway, I'm sorry. It has to do with Sam being admitted to a college for creative writing because she's very, very talented, and we all know that. I'm sorry, that's not what I want.
So stupid sometimes. I was telling Lonnie that I got into my college summer program thing, and I was all making plans like, you should come visit me, stay in my dorm room. But she said, Sam, I ship out on June 6th. I was like, ship out? To where? She said, to basic training. What did you think I was doing all that ROTC stuff for? I guess she's been planning to join the army right after high school since she was like 12. And I guess she's really going to do it. So I was like, after graduation, I'm just never going to see you again? She said, let's just have fun while we can.
Ow, no one wants to hear that.
No.
No one wants to hear that. That is...
That's not... You want a future there.
Exactly. Or you...
At least the promise of one. Well, you know, while you've got that going.
The thing you don't want is an expiration date. You don't want an expiration.
That's true. It might hit you, but you want it to you want it to come as a surprise. It's not nice when it happens, but you'll want that. You don't want a set expiration date.
And
you want things to turn moldy and
Jesus, you put all Kraftwerk on me.
Yeah. Wait, did you say Kraftwerk or did you say Kaufmann or what the fuck?
The first one. You went all Kraftwerk, which means that your audio was
you
fucking
want
up.
things to turn moldy.
Autobahn. Anyway, yeah.
We are the robots.
I was going to say that we are about to head into the story of, you know, the Dan and the uncle kind of thing, but we're just going to dwell briefly, because the game wants us to, on Lonnie and Sam again, which was that someone ordered a 14-karat gold twin necklace kind of thing.
Right. Broken heart.
Yeah. Which is kind of, I mean, we know where this is going.
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's look into the past of someone who is not Lonnie and Sam. First of all, this is our mother, who is Canadian.
Yeah.
And quick trivia, actually, the only reason that this is in the game is because they had a voice actor to voice the mom. Apparently, she has a voice somewhere in there. No, wait, no. She does not have a voice. She, hand wrote some of the letters.
Oh, right. And she was Canadian.
And she was Canadian, so she would consistently spell things with a U, like color and whatever else.
British English, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And you can tell because on her letters it says a boat instead of.
Exactly. So they actually put this in to explain that the mother would spell these things the way that she did because, well, she's Canadian. So U's just fly out of her.
Clever.
What I really wanted, one of old Dad's books.
Ew. Oh, it's fairly innocuous.
Let's just put that in the light somewhere. That's not light.
That's not
there we go. Can I do this one?
Yes, you can.
I'm going to do this in my Vincent Price voice, which is nowhere near Vincent Price.
I love Vincent Price. Please hit it.
Dear Terence, thank you for sending along a copy of your newly published book. An author's first published manuscript is a momentous occasion. I read it this afternoon. I certainly recognized my son in the subject matter.
Actually, could you do a thicker accent, and you've actually got a great Bela Lugosi.
You want me to do? Do you want me to roll my R's?
Yes, I want you to do Bela Lugosi. Now pull the string, my boy.
Okay, but just to fill you streamers in or YouTube watchers, this is actually a letter from the protagonist's father's father, who's a complete and utter dipshit.
Yeah.
So for the purposes of this reading, he's now Russian for some reason.
Now, Bela Lugosi was Hungarian, actually.
I don't care. I'm just going to roll my R's and see where this goes.
Right.
An author's work is the existentialist.
Sorry, I'm going to...
An author's work is the externalization of that which holds dear, and
I can't do that. That's weird.
Oh, God almighty.
Okay, fuck you.
The academic, ladies and gentlemen.
I am going to do that. I am going to do this.
An author's work is the externalization of that which he holds dear and that which he fears. And in this respect, I believe your work was successful. But the lens through which the person shown was needlessly clouded by genre cliches and implausible dime store science fictional deus ex machina. The great authors speak of their lives' milieu in clear and honest tones, the lens crystal that reflects their thoughts without distortion. I congratulate you on surviving the great ordeal that is publication, and rest assured that readers of your chosen genre will lap up copies hungrily. But I urge you to shed artifice. You can do better.
With the father's love and encouragement, Richard Grandpa,
I must be drunk. Okay, so what that exercise in complete comedic futility happened is that
who is that picture of? Actually, it has a plaque underneath.
That's the one I wanted to go through.
He doesn't like his dad.
No, because our father's father. We kind of like our,
Everyone likes grandfather.
Yeah, but our father does not like our father because, this is twofold.
And our father does not like our father's father, and our father's father does not like our father's father's father.
I'm trying to make a point here. All right. Our father, our father's father, our grandfather, is kind of a dipshit because he does not believe in our dad's abilities to become a writer. Stop doing that.
Thunderclap does not like the thunderclaps. Thunderclap.
Stop doing that, please. Anyway, our granddad is not very supportive, and our dad's brother molested us. Again, spoiler, but as we move into the cellar here, let's turn on the fucking lights here. We are going to get distracted right now by some more of the love story. Right. Please bear with me. Here we go.
No problem.
Hi, Sam. I'm writing to you from whatever the fuck falls. Last trip, which is stupid because it's March, and I don't know if anyone's running the school has been to Oregon, but it's cold and rainy as shit in March. Wish you were here. Oh, wait, you are here because I'm writing this to you in the gift shop. Oh, shit, here you come. I fucking love this card.
Good shit.
Because this is the sort of thing that because I'm such a fucking stupid romantic. This is the sort of thing I would do while my wife is shopping for some other shit. I would just quickly scribble a fucking note to her and then give it to her, and she'd be like, "Oh God."
I'm not a romantic. So maybe that is why I couldn't relate that much to it. Maybe I played it at the wrong time, and let's not delve into that. But it resonates more with me now, I'll admit that.
Okay, so when we put this down, we're going to get...
They tell you to stick with the group on field trips, Katie. There's a reason for that. Lonnie and I snuck off on the side paths at Multnomah Falls and got a little...
Yeah,
a lot lost. Like, for hours. Right before the bus left, we found a trail and came running down the path, soaked and covered in mud, shouting for the bus not to leave. The school called home. Mom and Dad said, "You didn't get into trouble like this before you met that Lonnie girl."
Ooh.
But I don't think they know
Ooh.
about us. The kids at school, though, I'm really afraid that's a whole other story. Stick with the group, Katie. Stick with the group.
The symbolism on this is kind of...
No, don't stick with the group. The group wants you to stick with them, but whatever you do, this is a cliche, and it kind of pisses me off that it's been misused to such an extent, but you really only live once. You get one pass, so the last thing you want to do is stick with the group. Be who you are.
Exactly, and that is exactly...
Hi, I'm Frederick Olsen, and I'm your friendly neighborhood philosopher.
But that is exactly what that note says to you, and it also that is the most heavy-handed note that you're going to find in the game, for my money, because the notes. If you go into the thing here, the note's title is "Stick with the Group," and that's meant ironically. It's like you don't have to stick with the group, you don't have to follow the rules, you don't have to, etc., etc.
We don't need no education.
We don't need no thought control.
No dark sarcasm in the classrooms.
Now, this point, just to derail you from Pink Floyd.
Hey, teacher, leave those kids alone. This is like the William Shatner version of Another Brick in the Wall Part 2.
This is my favorite room in the game, because this is their secret hangout. This is where the two girls would meet and not do what you sick internet people...
No, exactly. They're just enjoying each other's company.
This is what they do. They print fucking zines, and these are Riot Girl zines. I mean, look at this fucking thing.
Yeah. Eye patches are always cool.
Awesome.
Kicking against the patriarchy.
I mean, shit. I mean, fuck you, Tumblr people who are like SJWs versus feminism shit. Fuck all of you. This is what it's fucking about.
Right.
And like cut-ups of old comic
books, yeah.
Original art, and they've got punk rock.
But it's also kind of delivered ironically, and I like that. It's not delivered as the message of the game. It just kind of is there. It's something they dabbled in, and you can draw your own conclusions. The game doesn't shove it in your face. It's just they spent time on that.
What I really like about this room is that not only is this where they sat down and they had a typewriter here. I think that's a pizza box.
And this is why you failed as a writer.
Yeah, they must have had a typewriter somewhere. Anyway, what I really like about this room is that this is where they sort of came together. This was not about, hey, we're lesbians. Let's try to make this a big deal or something. No, this is where they came together and said, we are gonna change the fucking world. They're not. Let me be clear on this. They're not. But they made a fucking effort.
Right.
Again.
Well,
And
many of us made efforts when we were young, and many of us were idealists, and then we grew up and realized we'd failed.
this is like their fucking secret headquarters. This is the sort of secret clubhouse that I wished I had when I was a punk rock kid.
Yeah.
And these, I mean, this is fucking awesome. Okay.
Can you in your enthusiasm, can you do something for me?
Yeah.
Grab the lid next to you and throw it.
Which lid? That one?
There it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Fling it.
Boom!
Enthusiasm!
All right. I just committed a punk rock act of
Fuck the
disobedience.
man. That was the man's lid. Fuck the man.
All right. So to be serious, these are scraps left behind by Sam. That's a line of mom and dad situation, but it was so worth it. The girls on stage were so loud and real and awesome, and everyone was moving together like one huge tide of sand. Sound. Sorry. My accent is not really doing me any favors at this point.
The Saga House girl. The coolest stuff about being the Saga House girl. Cool thing number one, everybody in the hell thinking you don't know, they're looking at you and whispering as you walk past because I guess they haven't heard the peripheral.
She's not Southern.
No, nor is she Matthew McConaughey, but I wanted to sympathize with the accent being off.
She's Midwestern, I think. Yeah, Oregon is kind of Midwestern.
Yeah, I think it is.
Costumes, skeletons and devils, cheerleaders from the Smells Like Teen Spirit video.
No, we're both Matthew McConaughey. One girl dressed as Jackie Kennedy.
Give me, you piece of shit. So anyway, this is my favorite room of the game, and there are several reasons. The other one is the letter I'm about to show you. That letter right there.
Right.
Please read it in a sort of authoritarian voice, if you can.
Let's see if I can. Dear Mrs. Greenbrier, I appreciate the time and effort you put into writing your letter. It showed initiative and was well written, but it does not change my mind on this matter. While I understand that Mr. Soto is a friend of yours, the fact of the matter is that she defaced school property with profanity. The fact that she allegedly defaced her own locker in retaliation for another student doing the same to yours is immaterial. As to your complaint that no other student has been punished for their part in this incident, the fact is that no guilty party has come forward, and there has been no convincing evidence as to who might have defaced your locker. In other words, there is no one to punish. I would suggest letting this issue drop, as it would only bring more unwanted attention on yourself, which I believe is what you claim began this whole incident in the first place. Sincerely, Principal Ass Face Butt Kiss.
Yeah, exactly. This is fundamentally the best piece of writing in the entire game, because this is...
You've said that about 3 times already.
No, I have not. This is the best piece of writing in the game, because this exemplifies the sort of turning a blind eye because of our Christian moral values towards same-sex couples in high schools. Thunderstorm is very appropriate. Thank you. Dear God, the first time I read this, I was livid.
Yeah, I can totally understand that. Yeah.
This is a principal who's trying to fucking sweep things under the... okay, sure. What she's writing about is that Lonnie retaliated against people defacing or teasing Sam about spending too much time with Lonnie, so she defaced their locker, writing graffiti and shit on it, and she got punished for standing up to her girlfriend.
Yeah.
Fucking love that.
Well, that letter.
Like her band and our zine and her hair and everything are all anti-authority. But I watch her in JROTC, and she's doing drills in perfect formation, following orders, no question. And there's all this stuff in the news about don't ask, don't tell. Like, she's going to join the army and then have to lie about who she is. She said they don't need to know what they don't need to know. Like it was no big deal. This from the girl who trashed her locker to, like, defend my honor. I've learned when to stop arguing, though. I don't think Lonnie even gets Lonnie sometimes.
That was one of my favorite bits of writing because, you know, we can all relate to that. Frederick doesn't get Frederick either. we sometimes do shit that is solely against who we are, but it just that's who we are. And this is something that most works of fiction fail to bring in, is that to be human is wildly contradictionary. Is that even a word? Contradictory. Contradiction. Hi, I'm Frederick Olsen, and I'm not drunk in the slightest.
But yeah, you're absolutely right.
Contradictionary, contrabase.
But stop. You already made your point. What I really love about that is that at one point she's completely punk rock spirit, and she will deface her own locker just to defend her girlfriend's point of view. But at the same time, she'll show up for military training, stand in line, and do whatever the fuck they tell her to. But
that's human. We often do stuff like that. The human condition is just inherently self-contradictory. You know what I'm trying to say.
Contradictory. That's the one.
Yeah, self-contradictory.
But Lonnie is a contradiction in her own terms because she attends military school, which will come into play when we finish the game.
Right.
What we are going to do now is sidetrack for a bit, if you'll pardon, and look at what our parents are doing, or not. This is just the note I just clicked through rapidly was just that Sam and Lonnie again exchanging notes during class about how they hate their parents.
Right. We all did back when we were teenagers.
Exactly. And Lonnie's parents weren't really there. Kind of. She's a single mom child thing. This, however, is quite interesting. Because this implies, and I'm gonna skip through this. I'm not gonna read this aloud. This implies, along with this down here, and this ticket stub right here.
The place is a fucking mess.
All of this implies, and you can go, like a rewind and shit. All of this implies that mom is having an affair. Right.
That was perfect. Thank you. Really, the thunder is in our favor.
This thing is a receipt for a hairdresser salon, and this over here is a ticket stub. And
Wind and Fire, funky shit.
Yeah, and I must have missed it somewhere, but somewhere there's a review of this new and fancy, fair weather kind of new Ranger, because mom's like a conservationist kind of person.
Yeah.
She hired this new dude to do office shit and such, and she wrote this high, very favorable review of this guy, and then she went on a date with this guy. she's basically cheating. And what we're going to find once we get into the greenhouse is that our parents are not gone, for a holiday or for the weekend. They're at a sort of, a couples retreat for people who are trying to work their issues out.
Right.
And it's all very, very subtly communicated. This, by the way, has nothing to do with that. This is a note written by Lonnie when she was at a vacation in Mexico. And if you go...
we've seen that skull.
Yeah.
Way back at the beginning.
The audience hasn't... we didn't actually pick that up.
That's true. Yeah, you picked that up back when we were testing. But yeah, there it is.
That's the one. There you go. Hecho en Mexico. Mexico.
Yo soy Morey.
I'm tossing skulls around.
An invincible demonic force.
Anyway, what I really love about that is that, first of all, you're not going to see this on your first playthrough. You're not gonna pick up on this. You're not going to pick up on this shit.
True. You may read after the fact, which I think is okay. It's okay once you've experienced it once to join in this discussion about what it is you just went through.
What I want to briefly show you is this thing that you could read, just when you walk through the door over here.
Right.
Is that you could open this drawer and you don't know what the significance is, but this is a letter from a girlfriend to your mother that just says, oh my God, that beefcake, what are you going to do? And once you go into the dining room, you can open the drawer over here and read another letter, which is kind of, this is like two girlfriends writing each other, except this is your mother talking to a girlfriend.
Right.
Again, thank you, Thunderstorm.
Yeah, perfect.
Talking about, this beefcake. Are you really going to? Jesus, what's your husband gonna think? Kind of, sort of subtexty, kind of shit going on here. The implication, and implication as in parentheses totally happened.
Yeah. Obvious
is that
implication.
totally had an affair.
Right.
So
I don't think I picked up on that, but evidently there's a lot of stuff I didn't pick up on, which may have influenced my perception of the game, because that is what the game is all about: picking up on shit and piecing it together.
The only thing I'm going to say about that is that people who accuse this game of having no replayability value can go bite my sweaty Scandinavian nutsack.
Yeah.
Before we go any further, please get your Kleenex ready for this bit, which is...
I'm gonna get my whiskey ready instead, because it, does double the job of a Kleenex.
I am going to, the audio, the journal entry for this bit is the most harrowing.
Right.
And I don't mean harrowing as in, oh my God, I accidentally killed my little brother or some shit. This is just...
Right, well, hit it.
All right. This is a note from my dad. Since you refused to hear us out this afternoon, your mother and I are putting this in writing so that we are absolutely clear. You are grounded for blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. But that was never a Danish thing. You're Americans in your grounding. Jesus,
yeah.
What the fuck is that about? When the fuck did that end up parenting? Grow a pair. Your kids are going to do shit that piss you off. Grounding is for sissies.
Exactly. But the reason why they're grounding is just heart-wrenching. All right, this is the last word on the matter. Get back on course so this won't have to happen again. Dad. And this is the principles
thingy.
from when a certain event occurred. Distributing inappropriate materials to school grounds. And the inappropriate materials, of course, is the
scene that we saw earlier, right?
Exactly, the punk rock zine.
Yeah.
And I think this triggers. There you go.
I had an interesting talk with Mom and Dad tonight. One you were never going to need to have. I mean, you've known, right? I've known. I've known since, like, She-Ra. Mom and Dad didn't, I guess. But they saw the zine and the stuff on the locker, and they were like, is there something we should know about you and Lonnie? And so here's the thing. I was prepared for them to be mad or disappointed or start crying or something, but they were just in denial. You're too young to know what you want. You and Lonnie are just good friends. You just haven't met the right boy. It's a phase. That's what I didn't see coming. That they wouldn't even respect me enough to believe me. Well, joke's on them, because they're in for one very long phase.
That's it. That is it, and that is the most harrowing thing I can think of for this game is the whole parental denial thing.
Well, stuff like that doesn't make me sad, it makes me angry.
Well, it makes me angry too, but it makes me sad and makes me
it doesn't make me want to cry. It makes me take the neighborhood homophobe and punch his teeth out.
Oh! Don't get me wrong. The whole make me cry thing is coming up later. This is not the bit that made me cry. This is the bit that made me like clench my fists and go, I want to punch every homophobic parent in the face.
Right.
The other part is coming up later, but let's just keep rolling on ice here. Maybe listen to some music.
Oh yes. Jesus. Maybe not listen to some music. That is really shrill.
Or not.
But actually, that's what it felt like to, cassette tapes were cool, but then again, they had massive drawbacks.
Another thing I really love is that Lonnie was instrumental in introducing, before there was anything like, iTunes or Bandcamp.com or any place that you could discover new music. You would make mixtapes to each other, and so you find all these mixtapes strewn around the house.
Yeah.
I love it. I can tell by my movements that
you're inebriated too, aren't you?
Yeah, kind of. But I'm committed to this shit.
Yes, so am I. We're gonna finish this.
You possibly might be more inebriated.
I'm slurring a little bit. I know that.
Really? Anyway,
you're nice.
I'm going to come back to this because the rest of
Can you do me a favor and fling the pizza box as far as you can?
I can't actually pick it up. I can open it and
you pick it up. Can you pick up something that you can fling?
Yes. How about this cup?
Yes.
Where would you like me to fling it, sir?
Anywhere.
How about at this light?
Yes.
Boom!
Fuck the man.
at all.
Fight the power.
However, if you would permit me to continue the story,
Gorilla Radio, turn that shit up.
there is a story here that we should read,
Right.
which was written by Samantha in an early phase of her life. And once I'm not going to read it out.
Where she doesn't know how to spell Daniel.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess it could be kind of symbolic that this word denial is equally close to Daniel and denial at the same time.
I hadn't actually thought of that. That's pretty.
Well, it's I like to think it's just a typo because it's kind of ham-fisted, if that's what it is.
No, but that is no. If it's ham-fisted, the thunderstorms are really disconcerting.
So yeah, you'll want the thunderclap after anyone says fisted.
But anyway, that I did not realize. If that was supposed to be a metaphor or something, I did not catch that. Anyway, this is, of course, Sam and Daniel. And when I close this, there's going to be an audio file.
Yes.
Or entry. So.
Daniel finally came over to get his game. I'd been dreading it. But he brought this story with him that I wrote when we were little. I started reading it, and then there I was, crying at the kitchen table.
Like you do.
He asked what was wrong, and I was thinking about how we used to be friends.
I
How much
cry
I
at the kitchen table every time I cook.
Instead, I told him about school, and Dad, and Lonnie. And then how sorry I was that I wasn't his friend anymore. He gave me a hug and said it was going to be okay. For some reason, I almost believed him.
So Daniel turns out to be okay, I guess, ultimately. It's just your parents' expectations of him.
Well, Daniel is kind of I'm not going to call it symbolism because it's not, but he's the realization for Sam that she's not really into guys because Daniel is an okay guy. He's not pushy. He's not anything. I mean, there's a note in the hallway that says that
Also, he had a Nintendo, so he has that going for him.
But that's just Sam going, I don't want to see this guy because I'm not interested in him in that way. Sam is not a pushy guy. He doesn't, throw her onto the table and has his way with her or anything.
Oh, there it was.
That was the most inappropriate thunderclap we've heard so far. Anyway, briefly derailing the story again is this letter, which is for our dad.
Unknown Dimension enjoyed his manuscript, right?
Yeah.
March 28th. That's the day before my birthday.
You could not tell me something I would have less interest in.
No, I know, but
anyway,
I'll be right. Now you know everyone. I'll be reading out my wish list when I get a chance.
Like wish list or will?
Both.
Anyway, I'm sorry. That came out way too harsh. And this letter is for Daddy-O, a failed writer. Let's just call him a failed writer, because he is. A publishing company who is not serious at all, who they publish mad science fiction books, pieces of shit books, really. They've decided to, hey, bring this shit back and republish it. And he's just like, yeah, we can do that. So he's gone from series author to pulp novelist.
Yeah.
By the way,
Yes.
before we go any closer, there's a ball up here. Do you see it?
Oh, yeah.
Can you guys see it on the stream? If you can't, just take my word for it. There's a ball up here.
I see it. Yeah.
There's an Easter egg in this game that if you knock this ball off its perch and then go back up to Sam's room, Jesus, that was my cats. My cats are fucking. Anyway, if you knock
your cats are fucking.
No, they're fucking insane.
Oh.
Anyway,
as opposed to fucking insanely, right?
I am the useless trivia man. I should be the useless trivia historian.
Well, I'm the useless trivia man, but with different stuff as opposed to Gone Home. I can tell you lots of useless trivia about Beatles and Kiss and Frank Zappa, but not really with this.
Talking, please.
That is funny because that is what I think whenever you talk. So I guess we're even in that sense, aren't we?
That's fair. Okay, but can I please, because we're not going to do this. We're just going to say, okay.
The Easter egg about the ball, go.
We're just going to explain the Easter egg. It's slurring a lot.
He's going to explain the Easter egg when he's able to pronounce it.
Okay, fuck it. I'm going to show people.
Yeah.
Right. Something light, like a.
Maybe the cup was light one. I'll do it.
Too heavy.
What?
What you have to do is knock that thing. No, can't do it.
Try the cup.
Oh, good one. Good one.
Do you think it's deliberate that it's a blue cup?
It might be.
Of course, for anyone watching and not knowing, the blue cup is basically the adventure game studio mascot.
Please keep talking because this is going to take a while.
Right. So what we've got here is Troels reenacting Take Me Out to the Ball game. And he's trying to knock a ball off its perch. And I gather that we're going to be here for at least 3 hours. But I wanna see what you've got in store for us. I did not know of this Easter egg. Have you actually managed to trigger it before, or is this your first time trying to do so?
I've actually done this before. I have.
What did you manage to throw at the ball at that point, which worked? Because none of this seems to reach it.
I don't know. I think I used a milk carton.
The physics of this game are off. Let me just say that. That is kind of to its detriment, but I don't know how. It's not really vital to me personally, but the weight of these items is way off. But that's not what I want to focus on when I play this. Waste of potassium.
There is something wrong with the.
Look at the way it flies. You would never throw a banana like that. Never. Oh. It is ridiculous. It's kind of a. It's in one sense it's a mechanic that I think this game doesn't need. Can you agree with me? I mean, certainly, you need the mechanic that you're gonna push one item away to make room for another, but the throwing and shit, it's kind of useless.
Also, this is really not conducive to the sort of serious playthrough that I wanted to.
I mean, we've got a fruit salad down here on the floor.
Yeah, we do, don't we?
Yeah.
I have no idea how I fucking did this in the first place.
I would suggest that you go for stuff in the fridge and you just try and if you've emptied the and this is like a little game for us. If you empty the fridge and you don't manage to get it down from there, then we move on.
Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. Did I get the ball down? No, it's still up there.
Still there.
You fucker. Piece of shit.
Go back to the fridge and get some more shit. What else can we throw at it? How can we waste precious foodstuffs?
We don't want anything too heavy.
What about the ketchup bottle? I have a great experience with ketchup at parties, splattering ketchup on walls.
We're gonna go with the ketchup bottle. I think it's too heavy, but let's see. Oh.
Fuck this.
Hear this?
You can take this pin and ram it up your ass. Find something. No, we've tried the plate once. Quit items we have already tried. Go back to the fridge and reconsider. And the best thing about this is that you know that your parents are gonna return to this home and just go, hey, Caitlin, what the fuck are you doing?
Going into the garage, please.
I was looking forward to eating that banana.
That almost had it. Come on, cheese. Do your thing. You fucker. You piece of shit. Okay. Shall we continue with the story? Because I'm not.
One last item.
One last item.
One last precious food stuff that we're gonna waste.
You pick.
What do we got? We've got a Coke bottle. We've got cheese doesn't work. Relish. We've got apples. We've done apples. Can we do the relish? Gentleman's relish.
I am almost certain.
The relish is on the last drawer. The can on the last drawer. Relish. No, not. Sorry, I didn't mean drawer. I meant shelf. Sorry. The last shelf. The can on the last shelf. Bottom shelf. There we go. Relish. If anything's gonna get the ball down, it's gonna be this.
Spadoosh!
Fuck it. Let's move on. I love how you're groaning as if it takes a physical toll on you.
It does. Look at this fucking fruit salad we've got going here. Okay, wait a minute. Let me just arrange this nicely on the plates. Right, here we go. Here we go.
This is kind of. Do you remember those things that used to air on Danish TV? Super This is basically it.
There you go. There you go.
It's a boy, Mrs. Walker. It's a boy.
Yeah. So anyway, let's continue with this very real and
we have. Can we be environmentally minded and close the fridge door?
You do have a point. You do have a point, sir.
Yeah. Because we're running out of fossil fuels, and we want to.
We might as well make a difference in the virtual world.
We've turned off every single light in the house anyway, so it's not going to make a shit of a difference. But I like to pretend it will.
Okay, so there are two items in the garage here that we can look at. This is one.
Sam's name tag at Jesus Christ.
I know. Ask me about clown combos. It's not a word.
If there's one thing in life I'm never going to ask about, it's going to be clown combos.
And throw that.
I mean, I'm gonna ask about sadomasochistic threesomes before I ask about clown combos.
Go to it.
Yeah, go for it.
There we go!
He did it!
juggle friend. Okay. Since we're in a joke mood, I'm going to show you an Easter egg. I can't believe I just did that.
That's amazing. I have never seen this before, by the way. Never.
Really?
Yeah.
This completely undermines the serious tone of this game.
Well, we've already done that.
Yeah, but this, I mean, this is the game itself doing that. Okay, are you ready?
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, I'm ready.
Where's the fucking hotspot to close the door? I want to close the door.
You just walk past it.
No. There we go. There you go. All right, so we pick up the ball. And now what we have to do is throw it through.
You have to do as a Sigourney Weaver. Why didn't you? Do you have to throw it? Can you dunk it? I noticed there was a dunk hotspot.
Really? Oh, you can!
Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow.
Mittens, that is hilarious.
Meow, meow.
Are you satisfied?
Meow,
I love cats, so yes, I'm absolutely satisfied.
meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow.
I love how they subtitle this as well.
Yeah, I have to show my ex-girlfriend this. She'll love it. That was absolutely beautiful. I tip my hat, but I am afraid I am unable to take the game seriously from this point on.
What I failed to show you was that the rest of the room would display in fancy disco ball lighting.
Ah,
so,
well, the cats were enough.
Yeah, so everyone will have to just do that for themselves.
Meow 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 meow, or as read by Virginia Cabers. Meow meow. Meow.
It's a good thing that you're being. I can't find my fucking way around this fucking place.
No, you'd have starved to death in this house were it real life.
Jesus. Okay, I'm completely turned around. Okay, so again, lights are flickering off. It's apparently an electrical issue. There are no ghosts. And it's all just a phase.
It's a very long face.
This is where we were. Okay, the
garage, yes.
There are two things to click on in here, and the first one's kind of obvious. It's this one. It's Lonnie's army thing.
I asked Lonnie what she had to do to get ready to ship out for basic training. She said, not a lot, really. You're not allowed to bring anything with you. You have no possessions, no contact with the outside world while you're in basic.
You're not human.
That was what I did when I was programming early on.
So, they'll just send her away. To who knows where. The other side of the country. The other side of the world.
In 95, where would that be?
My mind, can't process it. She's really going to be gone. Just gone.
That would seriously fuck me up.
At least there was no war going on in 1995. I guess the unrest in Kosovo was around 93 or something, so a bit earlier. And I don't know if the US were in there.
No, but still, there were.
At least we're not looking at it. It would have been very easy to make this into a Gulf War story, but it plays more on the emotional impact on having to face that your may be saying goodbye to someone for the final time. Other than it's not. It's
Being
not.
in the military always implies that you might be sent off somewhere, and at least you're going to. At the very least, you're going to basic camp where you're not really in contact with anyone. It's like I have a Danish word in mind. Could you please translate it for me?
I can try.
What the fuck is efterskole?
Yeah, I've gone to one of those, and I am remiss whenever I try to translate it. Best year of my life. But honestly, I keep saying boarding school, and then I plunge into this long explanation about how it's not actually a boarding school, but it's like this place where you blah blah blah.
Boarding school sounds like a punishment, and
and it was anything but. Again, best year of my life. We actually did a. I'll tell you something on that subject. We did a 10-year reunion like a couple of months ago where I went over to Copenhagen to meet up with a bunch of these people. And some of these people I haven't seen in 10 years, but it was absolutely beautiful. You got all these people together in a room and we just started talking like we did back then. Literally, nothing had changed. Nothing had changed. What? Sorry?
I was so sure you were going to say we all got together in this room and just started blowing each other. It was magic.
That was what we did. Well, that was what some people did back then. I unfortunately did not partake in these events because I was awkward and sexually uncertain about myself. But anyway, it was just it was beautiful to meet these people again. So that bond is something that's not totally relevant to this game. Bottom line is, I don't know what you would call it in English because they don't have the concept.
No, but it is the sort of you're going away from your parents. You're staying at the school they have dorm, but it's not like university. Maybe it's a Scandinavian thing.
I think it is most definitely a Scandinavian thing, and it's something we should pride ourselves off more often because it works.
And it's not the sort of we have sororities and we pick on minorities and stuff like.
No, we don't have. As a matter of fact, it tends to be very open-minded. You learn who you are, and you've got a bunch of teenagers that are learning the same thing. It can be very interesting at times, but there is something to take away from it.
Dude, would you be comfortable in just covering for me for a bit before I activate the second most, well, actually the first most emotional audio log or diet?
Are you trying to say you're going for a piss?
Yeah, that's the
one. I can try. I've only failed utterly until now, so what could go wrong? I can't fail more. The real problem is that I just said everything I could have said while Troels was gone, while he was in fact here. But it's for a Danish person, it's interesting to experience this game that is so deeply steeped in what you Americans have got going. Like, the whole anti-homosexual movement in the 90s is something that I can't really relate to. It's something that infuriates me, but it's not something I get, nor is military school for that matter. So it's an interesting culture shock of a gaming experience because this is a game, like it or not. Tumblr, fuck you. But it's oddly alien. I think what I can hear at this point, which you may also be able to pick up on the stream, is that one of Troels' cats is rubbing itself against his computer. Or is that the rain in the game? I'm gonna take a chance. Hi, Colin. Duktig Mies. He's shouting from his toilet. I'm gonna ignore him. And that was the last time he shouted from his toilet, never to be heard forevermore. I'm really loving the thunderclap. The thunderclap has done us a great justice at this point. This is the most dramatic BSD plays we have done so far, and that's all courtesy of the thunderclap. I can hear him rummaging. I guess he has tucked it into his briefs.
I have returned. Hello.
Hello.
Can you see the screen moving? Hi.
Yes, I can. I've just, the people I didn't bore to death last time around have now effectively been bored to death.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That is all we endeavor to on this show, ladies and gentlemen. I thank everyone who has watched this far. Please excuse my co-host, for he knows not what he does.
No, yeah.
Exactly. So, anyway,
I was gonna say I'm slurring, but I went on to illustrate it far more poignantly than I could ever do.
Well, I'm repeating syllables far too often than I should. So what I was actually hearing you say when I was because I left my speakers on. I mean, dude.
Oh, revelation!
What you were saying is that this is kind of unlike. It's kind of an alien experience to us Scandinavians.
Is
that correct?
Sort of. It's something we have mainly learned about through what you could call cultural exchange. I mean, we all watched Beverly Hills 9210 or whatever that shit was called, and that's when we learned that there's this place called America where people are really weird, but it's not this kind of being skeptical towards your kids when they turn out homosexuals is something we, by and large, went through back in the 70s. I would argue, at least in mainstream Denmark. There of course you have people who are not so everywhere, but.
But are you actively arguing that this story is fundamentally North American in the sense that it portrays the act of having a homosexual child as being a controversial issue?
Well,
because I could point to any number.
No, fundamentally
would apply to anyone living anywhere ever.
Yeah, fundamentally is a hard word, but it's not. Yeah, it's not something I think I have experienced.
This game is about prejudice. It's about not realizing that your child is, for one, autonomous in its own decisions, and second of all, has a sexuality in the first place, and second of all, is in control of that sexuality, and they are at liberty to explore that sexuality at their own. I'm missing the word, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, overprotective parents are anywhere. I guess you could say that, but it's just that I think that from this culturally Christian viewpoint, I find it very, very American
to be.
Sorry, what?
Which we assume that all Americans are.
Yeah. That's true.
Brandon?
Well, you do have to swear by God when you want to be a citizen of the United States, and the president swears by God. So, I mean, we're no saints here either. We claim to have a society which is secular, but we have anything but. But we're, if secular can be turned into degrees, then we are more secular than most North Americans, I would argue. Well, which is not an insult or anything. That's just the way it is. God does not factor as much into our lives over here.
You do have a point. I'm not sure what that point is, but you do have one.
Neither am I.
To briefly get back to the game, this is, of course, our father, who is a failed writer, who is very, very bad at his job, evidently, because he's been hitting the bottle too long. A factor that we would know nothing about, am I right?
Yeah, well, my dad's not a writer.
I was just, just talking about ourselves, our
well, I've never really aspired to be a writer. Songwriter, maybe.
I was just mainly talking about the alcohol, really.
Oh.
So anyway,
I'm not failing at the alcohol, so I don't know where you're getting at.
What we can tell is that Dad has been, submitting plot theories to various publishing houses and has been rejected over and over again. And he's been picked up by this, pulp publishing company, who has now told him to go fuck himself.
Right.
In not so many words, but that is what this letter says.
Right.
Actually, this letter is him writing to the publisher. But anyway, the publisher does not care for him. Anyway, the thing I wanted to get to is this bit. Sorry, that's his novel. Fuck his novel.
The accidental something something.
The accidental fuck you.
The accidental fuck you.
Yeah. Where's the bit I want?
The accidental bit you want.
There it is. There it fucking is.
Strong pines. I thought it said strong piss.
I was just gonna say that. Does it say strong piss? No, it says strong pines. Anyway, we turn this over. It says it's a getaway for everyday and learn new skills for healthy and happy partnership. Summer session, June 3 to 7, 1995. Booked. Now, if we were to go back to the kitchen, which we are not going to because we are very pedantic that way.
So we're gonna do it.
Yeah, that is what we're gonna do.
That is some mighty strong piss.
That is not the kitchen, but hey. That is not the kitchen any. Oh,
you don't know where you are you?
Sorry.
That is the kitchen.
Sorry. Anyway, here's the schedule. You will notice that somewhere on this thing is them taking a brief.
Isn't that the with the red writing?
Yeah.
A bath.
And because we, as the protagonist, came home on sort of, short notice kind of thing,
right.
We arrived home during their, little thing,
Oh yeah, the thing, the strong piss thing.
Their strong piss thing. So anyway, to carry on the seriousness of this, let's examine this bit over here,
right? Where we'll do it, and this is probably where every mainstream gamer and Tumblr pervert is thinking.
For that is not what is happening.
No.
This is far from what is happening. What they mean by where we'll do it actually means where we're going to perform a black magic ritual.
Yeah. Where we're gonna, I believe, summon the ghost, or is it exorcise him, or what is it? I don't remember.
They're going to send him off.
Right.
Why? Let's see. This bit says that there's a secret door under the stairs, which is what we're going to go find. But when I click this, when I click the close button here, we're going to trigger another journal entry. So let's just have.
We agreed our last night together would be our happiest ever, and we'd forget tomorrow was going to come at all.
This
We
is
worked for a
sad.
while. We had a good time seeing Oscar off, then ran up to the attic to look through our photos, to find one for Lonnie to take with her. And looking at them, I realized they were all in the past, and there wouldn't be any more. I didn't know what I was going to do. And I cried, and she held me. She said she knew it was hard, but life would move on. I said I didn't want my life to keep moving without her. That's when she cried too.
I think I might cry.
I must have fallen asleep like that, in her arms. In the morning, I woke up, and I was finally alone.
Okay, personal story. My wife usually gets up at like 4:30 in the morning because she has a long train ride, and I sleep in until like 7:45 or something in the morning. So
Lucky bastard, incidentally.
What she described right now is literally my every morning, except my wife doesn't go off to military school.
Well, the bit about being alone comes close. I'll not bore you with the details, but being alone is never fun. So,
but what she does is, my wife wakes me up, when she departs, and kisses me on the cheek or forehead, and literally the only thing she says is "I love you." And then she goes off, and I'm like, no. Why is she not? Why is she not staying behind?
Stop filling me with rage and envy.
Oh, sorry, but that hits home.
Yeah, it probably hits home for me in a more depressing manner. I think your story is very sweet, though.
I'm very sorry. For those of you guys not knowing what the hell is going on, Fred recently became single.
Not really. It's actually nearly a year ago.
Yeah, but still, it's and we should not do that.
Nah, fuck it. It's not really because it's a recent thing. It's an experience in the back, and that lends me a different perspective with which I view this. So when I think it's very beautiful, and there are multiple readings of this experience of Sam and Lonnie's. You read something beautiful into it, you've got a really beautiful anecdote to go along with it, and I just get loneliness out of it because I've felt that. So it's the human condition is a very good way to sum up this game.
Please understand me right. The thing I take away from that is not that my wife kisses me goodbye, and then of course I'll see her later. The thing that I get from that is that someone kisses me goodbye and I'll never see her again.
Right.
Sort of sense that it's the most tragic thing I could envision is the fact that I would have my last kiss goodbye with someone I truly love.
Take it from someone who knows. It is pretty tragic.
Yeah. So let's not dwell on that too much, shall we?
It's cool. I'm not, I'm not. If you were able to see my face right now, I'm laughing without tears streaming down. I'm good. I'm good. It's all good. It's
I did not.
That's part of life. It's the circle of life.
Yeah.
And there's a baboon holding up a baby lion, and it's all gonna be fine. And Jeremy Irons is gonna push James Earl Jones down from the rock, and long live the king and shit. And one of the hyenas is retarded.
No, really, you're just saying words right now. I mean, you're saying words, but it's not a sentence.
You've never watched The Lion King?
I may have, but I'm not going to now.
Anyway, is there a crumpled up piece of paper that you're neglecting to pick up because I'm rambling?
Yes, there is, and this is by far the bit that gets to most people. This is the most harrowing thing. It's not one for me, but let's just have a look, see, and see.
Let's see if it does me in.
Lonnie had her going away show with her band tonight. She's so incredible on stage. And she was singing, I could practically forget everything. That we only had 48 hours left. That I don't know what comes next. That I can't live without her. Then she dedicated the last song to me. I couldn't take it. I was out on the curb in the alley, sobbing till my ribs hurt. I would follow her anywhere, Katie. But I can't. Where she's going. After a long time, she found me. She said she was sorry. She said, I wish things could be different. I just wanted to make you happy. I said, I don't think you can anymore.
Ow. Ow.
Should have had a thunderclap there. I think the problem with this particular journal entry is that it's, and this is where I take on my pedantic glasses, it's a little bit forced. It sounds a little bit, it's something you would write and not something you would read out loud. I guess I can say, where some of the other journal entries feel very, very spontaneous, this feels a little more, there is a dramatic intent behind it, and it shows.
No, but this is something she wrote when she came back from the show.
Right. And, I know that. Because that's what you did in 1995.
But she's still unsure of the the relationship, and she's quite sure that.
Shut up.
Yeah, exactly. That Lonnie has feelings for her, but that her feelings are not strong enough that she won't go off into the army.
Right.
Thing. So it's kind of I'm going to dedicate this song to you, but I feel more strongly about the army than I do for you. So see you later.
Right.
That's the thing I take. And also, what really struck me was that we have 48 hours left. The fact that there's a timer, like there's a clock running down. I have 48 hours left with the person I love.
Mm.
That hits me hard, because if someone told me I had 48 hours left with my wife, or one of us would die or get shipped off to somewhere I wouldn't see anymore, I would lose it.
Right. Yeah.
Where am I going?
I don't. In more than one sense, I don't know.
I mean, physically, where am I going?
Oh, I don't know where you're going physically.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know. I don't know where any of us are going mentally.
We are going
Somewhere
here.
nice, the funny farm.
We're going here. We're going to open this. And now, boys and girls, this
is where the Doom guy enters hell. You're gonna turn around the corner and it goes. No, actually, it doesn't. No, this is from the final night together.
Yeah.
And this is quite an effective moment gameplay-wise, because I raged a bit against this mechanic where you grab stuff and interact with the world in such a crude way. But this is where it all comes together.
Now, the reason that we have this room at all is, of course, to pick up the attic key. The reason, but the thing I like about the design. Oh, sorry.
I've ever seen. I just want to sleep.
Oh God, no.
When I'm in the attic, it almost feels like Lonnie could still be here. She's just downstairs.
I did not know that.
I'm just waiting to hear her pull down the hatch and come running up. Maybe I'll go up to the attic and wait.
I actually kind of expected that when I would go to the attic, I would find Sam there having hung herself or something. It doesn't end that way, of course, and I'm very happy about it.
Again, we can totally spoil that, but sorry, when I picked up the key, I was not expecting, for some reason, I had forgotten that would trigger a journal entry. I'm sorry. I was about to say something about.
I was only joking when I was shushing, but you know that I'm only in. Dude, turn on the lights. Do the ritual.
Oh fuck! Can you do that?
Yes, you did. Didn't you do that? I did that on my first playthrough.
Oh,
you should have a matchbox somewhere. I think it might be in this room, or maybe it isn't. But yes, you can absolutely. And I don't know. No, it wasn't the last thing I did in the game. But you can grab a matchbox and light the candles.
And then what happened?
I don't recall, actually. Well, now you've got me in doubt, because it's been a while since I played it. But I'm pretty sure you can light the candles. I'll get back to you on that. As far as I remember, you can. I may be completely in the wrong about it. But let's not concentrate about it. Let's head for the attic.
Okay, because there is a candle missing, but I'm pretty sure there's a candle somewhere in the house.
That's also what I remember. I actually remember putting the candle there and lighting him.
Dude, I have never thought to pick up a candle and put that here, where I'm pointing right now, and light the fucking things and just put fucking Oscar in the middle of it. Because, okay, we never got to the part where we went down to the cellar and opened the fucking safe and such. So let's just get that story out of the way right now.
What's in the safe?
What's in the safe? Exactly. Do you want to take it, or should I?
I don't recall what's in the safes. I don't even recall having opened it, so maybe you should.
Okay, so we should probably look at the family portrait now. We do.
Hi, Dad.
Hi, Dad. Dad was molested. He was molested by his father's uncle. No, sorry, his father's brother, which is his uncle. He was molested by his father's brother. His father does not, he sort of agrees that's what happened, but he's in denial. So when you go to the cellar and pick up a book copy, which we for some reason didn't, and turn it around, there's this scathing letter that says, "Fuck you, stop wallowing in the past," kind of thing. There you go.
What?
And Dad here spends the entirety of his professional life trying to write novels about how life fucked him over. And by the way, his
Uncle fucked him over.
uncle fucked him over. Yes. I was sitting there going, his.
But this is another example where the game taps into something very human, which is that Oscar leaves him this house, which to me indicates that maybe Oscar was guilty, or if he was a really, really, really sick fuck, he was thankful. You know, kind of, hey, you took it up the ass. Here's a house.
Now, here's the thing. If we were to go down to the cellar, should we go down to the cellar? Just
Well,
open
if it doesn't take too long. I mean,
where's the fucking...
we've got all the time in the world. Knock yourself out.
It's not this way. Sorry. Yeah.
Once we reach the cellar, of course.
Yeah, because we're just going to uncover Dad's issues here. The point of Dad's issues, obviously, is being in this house, uncovers things of himself that he's not, he doesn't want to discuss. He doesn't want to, get out in the open. He hasn't told his kids. He hasn't told anyone. Our protagonist is, of course, his daughter, and
Right.
and the daughter is not keen on finding it. By the way, we have not explored this room at all.
We haven't. We haven't. So better late than never.
Yeah, let's just do the safe thing, which is not this way.
At some
Sorry.
point, we're gonna find it.
It might be beyond this room, actually. It's not. Sorry. Oh, wait, there's a safe. There's the fucking safe. Where's the fucking light switch? Where's the fucking light switch?
Didn't you walk past it before? It's right there. Right? Yeah, there.
Here it is. Oh.
Pull the string.
Okay, here's a cheat code, by the way.
Huh.
The answer is 1963.
Oh.
That was the age that dear old uncle stopped fucking him in the ass. So 1963. There you go.
That was beautiful.
Not the clap appropriate.
Yeah, very.
And that noise you just heard was my cat going apeshit.
Yeah. Well,
Only
cats are lovely.
interesting here, by the way, all of these are tranquilizers, which is really weird.
That's disgusting because it kind of, I guess he was tranquilized while being. I'm not gonna be able to read that.
No, yeah, and this is very hard to read, but this basically states that Oscar, that is our father's brother, was very sorry for what he did, and his sister sort of called him out on it, and was kind of stop doing this, please make amends.
As any sane person would do.
Yeah. So this, the letter here is kind of a, let me make amends. I'm gonna leave this house to you. I'm gonna.
So that's fine.
Why
the fuck did he move in there if there was that baggage? Well, I guess I answered my question earlier because sometimes humans do fucking stupid things.
No, but also Daddy-O is low on money because he's a failed writer, and his reviews of DVD players and Laserdisc players is not really doing well.
DVD hadn't been invented at this point.
I know. Laserdisc players, and Uncle here is very apologetic about the horrors that he has committed, mostly due to the fact that his sister found out about it.
Right.
Again, yeah. I really want to point out that people who accuse this game of not having replayability value can go fuck themselves.
Yeah, we've actually discovered, not discovered, we've encountered a lot of stuff that I didn't see last time around where I played it.
There are two things in this room that I want to highlight. I can't recall if I finished my train of thought about Daddy-O. Let's see.
It sounded kind of finite last time round.
Yeah. Anyway, people who want to find out about that, they're more than welcome to play the game themselves. Obviously, let's look in this, because this room has the most brilliant cock blocking, piece of interaction I've ever seen. This is not it. I'm just going to look at this and then trigger a journal entry. So let's have a listen.
Yeah,
that's a set list for
Scout.
Todd's band lost their singer. Todd said he sucked. Lonnie said he got sick of Todd's shit, and he was complaining about needing a new singer. So Lonnie was like, I can sing. And they were all kind of like, you can? And she was like, probably. But she's been rehearsing with them for like a week now. And I finally got to see them play in Todd's basement today.
That was kind of my approach to drumming.
She's actually really amazing. I feel so proud when she's on stage. It's incredible being in awe of someone you love. So everybody knows it's like a temporary situation till she ships out in June. But till then, I'm going to be at every single show.
I fucking love that. Have you ever played in a band? Like, really? Like,
I have. Yeah.
Yeah. The feeling of being in a band, I mean, even if it's a shitty band, and I've been in a number of shitty bands and played live shows.
We had a really good band, and I'm sure we could have done something with it if we weren't fucking lazy. Someday we're gonna pick it up again. The drummer and I are still very, very close, and we're gonna pick it up sometime.
Yeah, but the whole thing about being in a band, I mean, I'm 35. I'm not gonna go on tour or anything. I had a punk band when I was, in university and before that, and we played a number of shows. Excuse me. And it was fun. I mean, we wrecked shit. We flew across the stage. I was the drummer, but shit was flying all around me. It was fun, but it's one of those things where it's never gonna come back. And at this point, the feeling I'm getting from Sam is that she's infatuated with this girl. Not just because she's in a band. She knew her before she was in a band. It's just the fact that she's so creative and so free-spirited.
Yeah, you see someone you love and admire do something you didn't expect of them, and that hits you.
And something that you kind of envy.
Yeah.
The kind of you think, I wish I could do that.
Yeah.
The amount of love that goes into that. I'm kind of trailing off here, but yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Yeah.
I don't know what that has to do with us being in bands, because we are quite talentless.
No, we're not.
Okay, you're not.
No, we're not. Dude, you just did a great album. Stop saying you're fucking talentless. You
Do
know.
you remember what the title of my album is?
Yes, and I think it's wonderfully ironic because the album is actually quite good. No, really, that is a typically Danish thing, isn't it? I'm not really talented. Shut the fuck up. Be what you want to be happy about it, and do what you like doing. You know, what the fuck? It's your fucking life. So what if some fucking dipshit out in you know, fucking incest cornfield is butthurt about it? Kiss my ass.
Incest cornfield? Wait, I just think
Thank you, Thunderclap.
that is a brilliant album title, Incest Cornfield. I'm gonna use that.
Well, maybe you can use it. Maybe you can use it for your next one, which is also gonna be fucking brilliant because you're a talented dude. No, I don't want to hear any of that because it's just so typically Danish. Yeah, I don't want to be good. I don't want to be good at anything. I don't want to. You know, piss off.
Talking. Stop talking.
At this point, I'm not really talking. I'm warbling, and it's occasionally making sense. Spewing.
Now, this is the most. I'm sorry, everyone who's watching this. We're going to get back on track, and this is us back on.
I'm so sorry for my co-host. He's clearly inebriated.
Will you fuck off? Piece of shit. Okay. I'm really sorry to do this to you because this is actually one of the most, for me personally, this is the part where I really, really connected with Lonnie and Sam, where I thought it's not just a, holding hands kind of romantic, we're just doing this to piss off my dad kind of relationship. This is a private letter that you're finding in the basement, where they actually express, sexual feelings for each other, and not in the sort of har, I can go on Pornhub and look the shit up. In really, these are real people kind of sentiment, kind of real love thing.
Right.
And the thing I really love about this is such good writing, is that the first bit of it is written in black marker, as you can see, and it goes all the way down to, and then I think of them together, but in the wilderness, and then I start thinking of, and then it cuts off, and then it goes into a blue marker. I've been in bed, and I almost feel you. I've been trying to save it up for when we get together. I haven't done a good job, okay, but I tried, underscore, and then it goes back to the black marker, and then it just goes, heart, Lonnie. That is good writing. Yeah,
absolutely.
So anyway, that's just my, fundamental. The other thing I want to show you is one thing I've noticed that Let's Players don't find is that when you go back here behind the trash bin, there's a thing here, and when I click on this, guys, if you guys want to get your FAP on, you have to freeze frame this because it goes away. Literally, I look at this, and I can't read it aloud because it will go away in... There it goes, and you can't read it again.
So it's like a sexual story about a sexual encounter, or...
More than that, it's their plan for where to have sexual encounters.
Oh.
In the house.
In the house.
And she will not pick this thing up ever again.
Nope.
She would just,
nope. Not gonna happen. Nope. No.
No. And that, By the way, just to placate our friends at the Blue Cup Tools podcast,
Right.
Francisco and Ben, hi, how are you?
Hi, Francisco. Hi, Ben.
Hi, Ben.
Good friends.
Hi, Fran.
Hi, Fran. Fran and Ben. Fran and Ben sound kind of like modern day Laurel and Hardy.
Sorry, I was just going to say something serious and you totally derailed me.
I do that at times. I do that.
All I can think of is like 1920s Disney animation. Fran and Ben are mowing a lawnmower across the yard, and all of a sudden a carrot pops off out of the. Anyway, sorry. What I was going to say, and I've totally confused everyone. What I was going to say is, stop talking. This is a brilliant example of the game circumventing the protagonist, in that you are the protagonist. You're not the player, you're the protagonist. And the protagonist does not want to read that.
No.
You might, and you might keep clicking on it, but the protagonist does not. There's a disconnect here between the fact that you're watching this from a first-person perspective, but you're not the person. The person has an identity. The person is a person on its own. So you have to play this game as the person, not as yourself. This goes back to dialogue options in traditional adventure games, where you have the opportunity to play this. Like Fedora Directive. You have the opportunity to play Tex Murphy as an asshole or as a good guy, and you're put in the shoes not as yourself but as Tex Murphy. You are Tex Murphy, not the player looking through Tex Murphy's eyes. In the same way, this game does the exact same thing.
Yeah.
That's my rant. I'm done.
Yeah. Well, Fran and Ben will enjoy it. No, I get where you're coming from. I do. It's very much a game where you are the protagonist, but it's kind of interesting because the protagonist doesn't get much of a personality in this game. I mean, we know where she's been. There's an itinerary that we picked up near the beginning, and we've seen a picture of her, but this is the first time where she's really, made a statement and said, "No, I do not want to read that."
I like that. By the way, I like the fact that we're playing a bland character, because traditionally or stereotypically, Big Sister's kind of a bland. She's the popular girl. She runs with all the cool girls in school. Big Sister's kind of a bland character, traditionally anyway. And we are playing as the bland Big Sister. I'm broad. I'm so fanciful. And you can find, and I haven't picked those up, but around the game, you can pick up postcards from Caitlin as she was turning around the world, and it's like, hey, hello, I wish you were here. I'm so...
Oh, yeah. True, I think I picked up some of those.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck Caitlin.
If I seem distracted, I'm getting like news text messages because I'm subscribed to that, and apparently France is currently going to shit. Feeling very sorry for that. Apparently there was an Eagles of Death Metal concert which has turned into a hostage situation, and it's pretty serious. That's not gonna ruin our playthrough.
What, right now?
Yeah.
A Eagles of Death Metal's...
which has turned into a hostage situation in downtown Paris. Currently 40 people dead.
40 people dead?
Yes.
40.
We picked the wrong night to do this. Or the world picked the wrong time to be a piece of shit.
Jesus Christ. I mean,
So that's kind of, it kind of puts things into perspective. I mean, here we are enjoying a great, great, wonderful piece of storytelling, but the world is an evil place. But I guess that's also a moral you can pick away from this game. I mean, the kind of prejudice that you see here is, I guess I can be wronged. It's still out there, and it's causing shit. It's causing mayhem, and please stop.
I think what we can take away from that is precisely what you just said. Please don't force your opinions on everyone else.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be assholes.
Don't be assholes. Exactly.
It's that simple. All you need is love.
But I have a hard time making a grand emotional statement about the end of this game when you just brought up fucking genocide.
It's not really genocide. It's 40 people. It's a fucking tragedy. It's not really genocide, and I hope it won't be. No, let's
That I cannot compete with.
No, let's make your grand emotional statement. I want. I am enjoying this, and in spite of, this is something that we have always. Allow me to turn it into something positive. In spite of even the greatest tragedy, we've always had storytelling to keep us through, and this is something that we are able to keep going. Even when it gets darkest, we have, and Frank's diary, we have stories to tell. And Gone Home is honestly a great story that I think will remain. It's one of the most moving stories in this newfangled digital medium of the video game that I can think of. So let's enjoy it at Gone Home's terms, and let's.
I just really want to distance ourselves from the fact that we are not making light of any real world tragedies.
No, I don't think we're making light of anything. I think if anything, it
we're
makes
actually trying to Kleenex our way to the the ending of this game. Which,
but what we're doing right now, in my opinion, is celebrating something positive, which is good storytelling. And honestly, you need to celebrate the positive aspects of life when life goes to shit. So that is what we're doing, and I'm deeply sorry for anyone who falls victim to. What's going on out there, but we have to hold the torch high. Otherwise, we might as well admit defeat.
I would like to say that even though this game, in the context of what Fred just said, may be insignificant. I mean, the emotional story is kind of microcosm, kind of insignificant. It still resonated very deeply with me. And in broader terms, anything that has to do with people dying from terrorism, or people being turned away from the border because someone rebranded the word refugee or something, that is not what this game is about. Let's please just focus on the game at hand, and we can have this discussion later. Please.
We can do that.
Anything.
All I wanted to do, perhaps heavy-handed, is to point out that and I've said it before, this game is about being human. So I think it hits home in that respect, and yeah, it resonates a lot with me too. So yeah, anyway, let's hit the attic and see what. Well, we know what's gonna happen, but it's a beautiful moment.
What really fucks me off is this. There's a face. It's not.
Oh. I have never noticed that.
It's not optimistic. It's not looking down at us. It's just looking at us.
Yeah, I've never noticed that. Is that deliberate?
I don't know. I haven't noticed it either, but it's there. It's looking at us. Okay,
Wow.
just to recap, because I think everyone has lost their thread at this point.
Yeah, probably. I have lost my thread.
Actually,
I'll-
would you do us the honor of just recapping what the fuck we're actually doing in this game?
What we're doing in the game is that we're actually nearing the end game. We're gonna reach the attic. We're on our way up there, which is it's a very special place for Sam and Lonnie, and we're about to reach the end of the love story, which I guess is the main story of this game. We've had a bunch of plot threads colliding and converging, and this is where the love story ends.
What really touched me a lot, that was touched with an ED at the end, was the fact that, Lonnie and Sam had to hide their relationship from at least Sam's parents, non-understanding Christian fucks that they were.
Yeah. Fuck prejudice, really.
Yeah. So they had their if you freeze frame the letter that our protagonist refuses to read, it's actually a list of places that they can go to have their secret sojourns. Is that a word?
No.
Okay. Anyway, it's a place that they can go fuck.
Right.
And it's very heartwarming. It's a sort of illicit, I'm seeing this this person that my parents don't want me to, but I really am in love with this person, so I'm gonna keep seeing him no matter fucking what. And I love that. And the fact that the first thing that you see when you go up to the attic is their sleeping bag where they used to sleep together, and to stay away from those assholes down here.
Yeah. Idiots.
I love that. I love the fact that you just have this little corner where they can just, lie down and just be themselves and just, be in love. And I'm not talking sex, you perverts. Just being in love. Have you ever tried hugging your girlfriend? Please try it. You'll love it.
Yeah. It's best, coolest thing since sliced bread.
Exactly. Cupping a field does not have to be sexual. It just, Or you could just, I don't know, touch your shoulder. I'm just putting that out there.
True. Yeah. Listen to what he says. He's a clever man.
Also,
well, I would not go that far. He has his moments.
So anyway, as you can tell, this bit right here, which is a tiny little, fuck that. There's a mattress and there's a little.
I'm pretty sure they already did.
fuck off. This bit speaks so much to me because this is their little hideout. This is where they not only consummated their relationship. I know that's what all you perverts are thinking of, but this is also where they just, went. This is where they, had their arms around each other and just were. What's the word I'm thinking of? Is there a word?
You're turning philosophical.
But the word that implies that you're lying with the person that you love and just, the world melts away kind of thing.
They loved each other at this place.
Okay, that's it. I am not going to dwell on this. The fact that this is, sort of a, semicircle thing where they have the little mattress, I think that's very symbolical. Symbolic. That is the word, right?
Symbolical, follicle.
Stop talking. Okay. I think that's very apt. That's very nice. But I am going to continue with the story. Please excuse me for rattling on about that bit. I'm going to read the letter here.
Oh, there it is again.
This is where I get my fucking tissues out.
Right.
This is because, as we all know, they had this jewelry ordered. Jewelry. Yeah. Jesus Christ, my voice is fucking off. They had this ordered, and she went off to camp, and Sam kept the other one. And the fact that this is just the note that they wrote to each other.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna stop now. Sorry.
Right.
Oh my God, Katie, I fell asleep in the attic, and Lonnie in my old spot, and I missed the first 2 calls. I just barely caught the third one before the machine got it, and it was Lonnie on a payphone. She'd been on the bus to basic, and she said she couldn't think of anything but me and us, and that she couldn't go through with it, with the army and being apart and all of it. And so she got off the bus in Salem. She said, Sam, I want you to pack up everything you can and get in your car and come find me. And let's just drive until we find somewhere for us. And she asked me if I could do that. And I said, yes. Yes.
I'm gonna cry now.
Right. I'm not crying, but it does move me. You know, I'll admit that.
Yeah. Actually, I'm not actually crying right now. Actually.
Oh, fake advertising.
Yeah, I know, but still, that is. And I don't care what the fucking haters say. That is one of the most powerful endings I've heard.
It is very beautiful. Why hasn't the game ended? Isn't it supposed to fade out?
It is going to fade out once I go through this passageway and click on the fucking thing here. But what I really wanted to address is the fact that people say, okay, she ran off with her girlfriend. They're just going to have a hard time. Yeah, but that's their choice.
Yeah.
They're, I mean, it's not like they're just, completely disconnected from society. Let them have their fun. Let them explore their love. Let them do whatever the fuck they want. That's the reason why there's punk rock albums all over the fucking house, is do what makes you happy.
Yeah.
That's the fucking message of the entire fucking game.
Yeah. Be yourself.
Be yourself. Don't give a fuck what people says. Take a risk. Run off with the person that makes you happy. If she has gas in her tank, drive until you can't drive no more.
Let love reign.
Let love reign. And then worry about, do we have enough money to buy a bus ticket home? Yeah. I don't care.
Do we have ethics?
Do we have ethics in game journalism? No, we don't.
No, there will never be that.
Okay, shall we listen to the end credit score?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I know
Katie,
I didn't get...
I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
That I can't be there to see you in person.
Me too.
That I can't tell you all this myself. But I hope as you read this journal and you think back, that you'll understand why I had to do what I did. And that you won't be sad, and you won't hate me, and you'll just know that I am where I need to be. I love you so much, Katie. I'll see you again someday.
I totally get Katie. I am on the Katie train. She misses her sister, but her sister has gone off to find herself.
Right.
Just in the physical sense, but in the metaphorical sense.
Yeah.
And that's what this game is about. It's about maturity.
It's about finding yourself.
Yes.
And that's why it's so powerful, and it's the oldest. It's the oldest story known to man. The transitional rite, moving on, growing up, finding your place in this thing we call life.
I don't know what to add to that. You're absolutely right. The thing I love about Gone Home, as a game and not as, per se a novel or a comic book or whatever, is that it puts you squarely in the shoes of the protagonist. Yeah. You are the big sister who's coming in a sort of because I am the big brother of the family. I have a little brother, and I can give less of a shit what he does. But if I came home after a year abroad, which I also did, by the way,
yeah, that's true.
I came home and found the house completely empty. No one is around, and all I found were scraps of paper and whatever the fuck my brother did for the past year. And it turns out he was off, having fun with the bodybuilder next door and whatever the fuck. I would be surprised.
Yeah.
And what the game teaches us is to not have that, shock. Oh my God, that can't be happening to us. It's the sort of acceptance that they actually have in the game. Not my brother. In the game, they have a relationship. They have a genuine relationship.
I just wanna. I'm so sorry. I just want to point something out. We got a guest on the RC channel, and this is about
really. We do.
This is about 50 minutes ago, where Mickwell joined us to make a statement, and it's not a statement that's as profound as the one you're currently making, but it's a statement nonetheless. He is saying, and I quote, "We all have livers, and they must be punished."
You're right. That's not quite the message I was going for, but I'll take it.
I'll take it. I'm, I've said the sentence "part of being human" a couple of times, and that certainly is up there.
I will definitely take it.
I had a liver.
It's not really gonna go places.
The liver. The liver's going out the toilet bowl.
If I can just cap this off,
yeah,
and I will promise to stop talking about Gone Home after this.
Well, that's okay. Well, we're talking about Gone Home, so knock yourself out.
I talk about Gone Home too much. I've learned this from Twitter conversations. I've learned this from being on the Square Waves FM podcast. Please go listen to Square Waves FM. They're really cool.
Brian is a really nice guy. As his wife Bianca is not a nice guy. She's a nice gal. So hi, Brian and Bianca. Listen to the podcast.
Your thing is, she might be. Never mind. Anyway, they're very nice people. Let's just put it that way.
They have a budgie.
Which might be a guy. I'm pretty sure it's a guy.
Whatever floats your boat. All part of being human. That is my new slogan. All part of being human. Whenever I fuck up at work, I'll go, all part of being human.
What I was going to say is I'm going to put the kibosh on my Gone Home adulation. I'm going to put, because I've just spent the past, how long? It's fucking midnight.
Yep.
How long have we been playing?
We've been playing it since 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock? Jesus. Okay.
What do you say I boot up the puppet game?
If you're still watching, you're an idiot.
Hi, we're the Backseat Designers.
Woo.
And if you're watching, I may as well say it again, patreon.com/backseatdesigners. If you've gone this far, you might as well go all the mile.
Yeah, because you're clearly fucking insane.
Yeah. Get help.
Anyway, what I really want... Okay, I'm going to cap this off, and I'll let you do the end spiel. Gone Home is one of the most powerful experiences I've had in interactive storytelling. And I will defend this to the day of my death. This is how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. This is not how you do a suspenseful game. This is not how you do a brain-teasing game that challenges your mind and all of that stuff. This is how you tell a story that progresses in a natural, organic manner. Yes, it does lead you on a string. It's not, it's not non-linear. It's very linear, but it does it in a very, very rewarding way. So that's really all I have to say about Gone Home. Please, if you have not played it and you somehow, for some fucking reason, watch this,
in spite of our warnings. Which clearly means that we have no authority with you, so I might as well do this. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Buy the fucking game already.
Why are you watching this if you haven't played the game?
You must be insane.
What is wrong with you?
Hey, let's do that in Danish. Du må være fucking sindssyg.
Hvad fanden er dit problem, Mester Jækel? Spil det fucking spil, køb det på Steam. Det koster ikke en skid. Hvor lidt tjener du i fucking månedsløn, mand?
Him to go on that long.
Yeah, well, someone's gonna have fun with Google Translate.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, please, I was gonna do something in Danish, but you kind of tapped me out. So please do the end spiel.
Well, if you've somehow enjoyed watching this, it took several turns for the downhill, what with Gary Owens and Virginia Capers and Christopher Lee and we're all about making fun about deceased actors. Anyway, if you've somehow enjoyed this, I would recommend, or we would recommend, that you go to backseatdesigners.com and check out what we've done so far. Apart from all these installments of BSD Plays where we sit down and stream games, we've done a podcast where we discuss adventure game design. We do this spin-off show called Open Crowdsource with a very good friend of ours, Gareth Millward, which is a game and a show, but not a game show. And that's all I'm going to say about it. You have to experience it. I can't tell you about it. We're on Facebook. We have an open group called We Molest Penguins. Sorry, it's called Backseat Designers. Hello, Oscar. Nice to meet you.
His name is coming.
So hit that group and hit Twitter at BS Designers. BS stands for backseat, but I guess at this point it's fair enough if it's kind of ambiguous. I've mentioned this several times. If you wish to support my compadres mollycoddling of penguins, we have a Patreon at patreon.com/backseatdesigners. But of course, once again, the place to go is backseatdesigners.com if you've somehow enjoyed this. And we're harsh on our livers for your sake.
And I have a penguin on my penis for your sake.
I have a penis on my penguin.
That's interesting. I wish to subscribe to your newsletter.
Backseatdesigners.com.
I'm gonna have a fucking cigarette. Fuck you. I'm off.
Yeah.
This conversation is over. Thank you so much. And
Did you
also
mean to say anything?
co-host.
What were
he's
you gonna
drunk.
say?
Fuck you, sir.
Hi, Penguin.